the subject of your next anniversary symposium. Quickly, I want to support Tobias. I do think privately issued digital currencies in other currencies at the margin will have an effect on small open economies, monetary sovereignty to some extent. I don't think it will be very large, though, for the reasons Tobias said. Basically, you transact in a currency for the convenience it provides. And if it has very good programmability features, then you use it. But ultimately, the currency you want to hold on to is the one that you trust. And that, if it's your domestic currency that's well regulated, well managed, there is confidence in your banking system, you would tend to hold that, even if you transacted in something else. So I think the net effect is not likely to be large, but I fully share Augustine's concern, as also coming from a small open economy, is something we watch quite closely.
Let's take one or two more questions. So we have a gentleman just behind you. I'm talking to the mic holder. And also Carolina at the back.
Hi, Amir Yaron from the Bank of Israel. Narayana Kachlakota wrote a beautiful paper in 1996 called Money's Memory. And essentially talked about, even had a prophecy that as storage costs and information costs go down, that will jeopardize central banks' seniorage and goes back to the issue of independence. And so the question is, and it relates to Cecilia's point, is are there a lot of use cases, or ultimately the CBDC is a defensive move against this particular threat from the digitization era? And this is notwithstanding, Ravi, the need for improving cross-border and the interoperability needs around it.
Thank you. And Carolina Ekholm at the back.
Yes, Carolina Ekholm from the Swedish National Debt Office. And let me begin by thanking you for a very interesting session. It seems like you have slightly different visions of what a central bank digital currency could potentially be. But I think in the public's mind, and probably for most policymakers, they probably think about retail CBDCs or cash that is a claim on the central bank. And regarding that, I was struck by something that Ravi Menon said about decisions about how much to supply if the central bank goes in that direction. Because, of course, in terms of demand for a CBDC, a retail CBDC, you can easily see two different scenarios. One where there's very little demand because still the conditions offered by sort of private payment service entities would be better, and thereby maybe the CBDC would be redundant. Or you could have a scenario where the demand is very, very high, perhaps overwhelmingly so. And I think that's what you alluded to in terms of disintermediation in the financial sector, because then they would then draw deposits out of the private financial sector. So you said, so a decision that would have to be made by the central bank is how much to supply. So I always thought that the supply would be demand-driven, but when you put it like that, I was wondering, I mean, could it be then, I mean, one issue is how do you ensure that you put out the right amount so that you don't end up in these two sort of corner solutions. But if you try to restrict supply, I mean, would you then end up with the exchange rate between the CBDC and the private money? And likewise, if you sort of oversupply, would that then lead to changes in some sort of exchange rate? And how do you think about that?
Okay, we got about 5 minutes to solve this very to the last question. There are suggestions on how to sort of add frictions and how you can move frictions up and down in a system. But yeah, any thoughts on these two things?
No, I think the question very well elaborates the much shorter version of the question I posed. The how much to issue is not a trivial question, because the last thing you want to do is to disintermediate the banking system. They do transformation of deposits into credit extension to the economy. The central bank cannot do that. And so obviously you need some barriers to how much retail CBDC can be held. I think that can be built into the design. Those who advocate it have said that you can actually set parameters to limit it. But then I have exactly the same question. Then you are introducing a different exchange rate for retail CBDC versus your core currency. So it's really not a trivial issue. So it's fine and well for us all to experiment, and we also experiment with retail CBDCs. I think you want to have the capability to issue it because you never know what the future needs are. But before you press the button and issue it, you need to address these other questions, which are not about technology, which is really core monetary policy issues.
Jon, Tobias?
Maybe I can have a go at Carolina's question. And that's a very good question, Carolina. It's, I mean, there are two types of arguments we typically hear about retail CBDC. One is that it will not be popular enough. Another argument is that it could be too popular. I think there we have to distinguish whether it's during crisis times or whether we think of this as a kind of, very slow secular progression. If it's a crisis time phenomenon, I think there's a way of recycling and expanding the balance sheet. If it's more of a secular issue, I think then we have to think about what are the asset side counterparts to the CBDCs. So presumably there will be something else on the central bank's balance sheet as more and more money comes in the form of retail CBDCs. Presumably that's going to be in government securities or the kind of assets that central banks typically hold. And that does mean that there may be some shifts in the portfolios held between central banks and commercial banks. On whether this is going to restrict credit or not, I think that depends very much on how commercial banks match the funding source with the typical asset. It's actually, I mean, there's a very interesting paper from, now I've forgotten the authors, but the author was on the job market last year, where from the Wharton School, where what he shows is that in the case of European banks, the loan creation typically comes not from short-term deposits, but from time deposits. It's really the time deposit element that actually determines the degree of loan, the amount of loans actually that the commercial banks sector actually provides. So the argument that if you see a general realignment of the asset profile between the central bank and the commercial banks, this inevitably leads to a decline in lending. I don't think that's actually been fully established, and I think this is something that we, of course, we need to study very carefully. But we should not forget the fact that if funding does come to the central bank in the form of retail CBDCs, there will be an asset side counterpart to that. And so if it's a case of just realigning, if you like, a kind of rejigging of that asset side portfolio over time, and it happens sufficiently slowly that it can be managed, I think that's a eminently solvable problem. I mean, central banks have solved much more difficult problems than that.
So, in the interest of time, we should wrap up. I raised the question, what does it mean to be an independent central bank in the area of money and payments? The answer is quite a lot. It doesn't seem to be an option to stay passive. That is at least what I've learned. And perhaps the good idea is to stay focused on opportunities that the new technologies provide rather than stay focused on quarreling about problems. And regarding the worries that central banks might be overstretching, maybe the possible solution to this is to see this as a time in history where central banks have to take the lead, but make sure, promise the private sector that they will get out once we are in a new and hopefully better steady state. But a lot of more issues needs to be discussed before we know that roadmap. Thank you very much for us, and back to you, Marianne.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we will immediately proceed to the third panel. So I would like to invite you up. And while you are getting organized, please come up to the podium. I will soon give the floor to Torsten. But while you are getting organized, let me just offer some comments. That the two panels that we have had today so far have discussed central bank independence in the light of new risks, climate, and in the light of new technology. In this panel, we will look at central bank in itself. So, what time is it? Is it time? 2 minutes. Okay.
2 minutes.
All right,
2 minutes.
Torsten, we have 2 minutes actually
2 minutes.
before we start. I think we should keep to the timetable.
Keep to the table. Let me mute that real quick. Just say good morning to all you fine people out there. We got Jay Powell coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to let them take it away. And we will be we will be here ready to analyze right after. Now, this is a panel discussion, so it's not going to be Jay Powell talks at 9 and it ends. I believe there'll be some back and forth. Probably go an hour.
Well, 9:30.
Yeah, it'll go till about 10 after. Sorry, I got my TV on. Apologize, guys. So, without further ado, we will let these people take it away.
Me now? Can you hear me now? Good. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. So, in this.
She's having technical difficulties. I heard. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Can all hear me now?
This lady doesn't know what she's doing.
She's not even supposed to be there today. She got called in. She's a replacement MC, so bear with her.
And thanks for the opportunity to speak. So Stefan and I go back at least 45 years to the graduate school in Stockholm here at the late 70s. But
I think they're powdering Jay Powell up. That's why we got no video just yet. So they're getting all the making them look good. See, I take care of that all before I come on.
So it's a privilege to moderate this panel because the four panelists really bring a great mix of academic wisdom and practical experience at the highest levels. So Claudia Buch has been a professor at different German universities. She has done research on international macroeconomics and finance. In 2014, she joined the Bundesbank, where she currently serves as the vice president. And as such, she has the main responsibility for German financial stability and attends the meetings of the ECB Council. Mervyn King has done frontline research in public economics and finance. In the early 1990s, he became the chief economist of the Bank of England. In 1997, the deputy governor, and then the governor from 2003 and for 10 years. And currently he holds academic positions at NYU and the LSE. Jay Powell has spent a lot of time in the private sector, first at law firms, then at investment banks. In the early 90s, he served as an undersecretary at the US Treasury, and Jay became a member of the Fed's Board of Governors in 2012 and was appointed chair of the board in 2018 and then reappointed last year. Ken Rogoff has an illustrious academic career that has brought him to places like Berkeley, Princeton, before his current position at Harvard. This research spans a number of areas, including central bank independence and financial crises. He has also done practical policy stuff, one stint at the Board of Governors and 2 at the IMF, whose chief economist he was in 2001 to 2003. Next, let me state a little bit more precisely the topics for our panel. So as you know, central bank histories tend to spin around 2 major challenges: recurring inflationary episodes and recurring financial crises, and how to grapple with those issues. And central bank independence and the mandates are institutions that are directed at meeting those challenges. So as Beatrice reminded us in this morning, in the 1990s, there was a wave of institutional reforms in high-income economies when they adopted inflation targeting and were backed up by more legal legislated independence. So this concerns the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, Bank of Canada, the Riksbank, the Bank of England, plus ECB around the newly formed euro. And arguably, these reforms had their roots in the challenges of the 70s and 80s, high inflation, spurred on by large supply shocks and sustained by high inflationary expectations. So, a first question for the panel: which were the main concerns behind the 1990s wave of central bank reforms in terms of practical policy experience and perhaps also academic thinking? And how much did these concerns reflect specific challenges of the 70s and 80s or more germane issues? Then we saw a downturn of inflation, and to many that looked like a major success, tolerable losses of output and employment. So the main policy challenges in the next few decades were instead to be about financial crises, how to recuperate from the great financial crisis, and how to stave off new ones, not least at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we got to see new financial regulation, QE, unconventional central bank intervention, and policy rates at record lows for a long time. So a second question for the panel then is, which new concerns were raised by the events and challenges in the 2000s and the 2010s in handling financial crisis and deflationary pressures? And in particular, do these challenges suggest new trade-offs? For example, between monetary and fiscal policy, or between present macroeconomic outcomes and future financial stability. So if we look at today, superficially, the situation looks like a 70s, 80s redux with major supply shocks and emerging inflation inertia. So this brings us, I guess, to the most important and the bottom line question. Given the concerns behind the 1990s reform and the challenges in the next few decades, should we rethink central bank independence and central bank mandates? That is, are there good ideas or even concrete proposals for new reforms of central banking rules? Okay, so finally the plan for the session. So we'll spend the next 20 minutes on initial remarks by each panelist. Then we'll have a discussion within the panel around these initial remarks for maybe another 15 minutes. And after that, we'll turn to a round of Q&A involving the audience. So think about questions, and please think about succinct questions rather than statements beforehand, and try to relate them to the 3 major questions that I outlined. And in the last 5 minutes, panelists will be able to make some final remarks. Okay, so now let's go to the initial remarks, at most 5 minutes for each of you. I'm sure these remarks will span many aspects of the broad panel theme, but by agreement, each panelist will put more emphasis on one of the 3 main questions that I outlined. So Ken and Mervyn will touch on question number 1, Claudia on question number 2, and Jay on question 3. So without further ado, please, Ken Rogoff.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers, to the Riksbank, for inviting me to speak. I think you've heard so many remarks about Stefan. I can just summarize them by, in the central banking community, he is regarded as a guru, that you don't know the answer, some hard question. He's a person you really can go to and get, a very deep answer to, and we'll hear more about that as things go on. I've been asked to talk about some of the early developments, more the question 1 that we've had here. And I think the academic literature on this started in the 1980s. But of course, really it goes back among practitioners far earlier than that, but I'd say an especially important event was the Fed Treasury Accord in 1951 that set up the Fed to be an independent central bank back in the 1980s. That was a rarity still. The Bundesbank had achieved that, but most countries had not. My own contribution was to develop a theoretical model that would try to address how it would work, why it would work, and it was an answer to a very abstract question posed by Kydland and Prescott and Barrow and Gordon about why you might get stuck in high inflation and what you might want to do about it. My paper looked at various ideas, including using an inflation target, appointing people who already had a reputation for having a strong anti-inflation commitment. And needless to say, I was very inspired by the great Paul Volcker, who I was working below, very, very far below, but I was working below Paul Volcker at the time when I was working on that. And there's been just tremendous amount of literature since, taking this to many places. I think you're all familiar with Europe, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, but I wanted to just really emphasize an area people don't think about as much, which are emerging markets. And Tobias Adrian really spoke about this, but I still think most people don't quite understand about the efficacy of the concept, about how important it is. European emerging markets, if you looked in 1992, there were 40 countries with inflation over 40%. And that doesn't even capture things because a lot of them had hyperinflations at the time. And to get out of it, the early solution that was tried in many places for a long time was, well, the dollar's really good, or let's fix our exchange rate against the dollar. And that was very good for those of us that want to study financial crises, but on the whole didn't work so well. There was really this period of transformation where some very bold emerging market central bankers got the idea, it worked in advanced countries, let's do it here. And I think there are many, but I would single out Arminio Fraga in Brazil, Guillermo Ortiz in Mexico, for example. And I think people forget, but when they were trying this, people thought, this is ridiculous. You can't be independent in these countries with these weak institutions. And the IMF also over time really played a very positive role here in pushing the idea. By 2015, inflation was actually very low across the world. It's not today, but even in places it seemed unimaginable, not just the former Soviet republics, African countries with inflation under 10%, even under 5%. And indeed, many people have forgotten, that central bank independence was ever needed. I invite them to read about Turkey, for example, where the president has fired central bankers the way Henry VIII changed wives, and you can see what's resulted there. I would say there are many refinements once you have an independent central bank of how to do it, and literature to which many people in this room have contributed. But I think the independence of the central bank is at the absolute central starting point to this. If you look at many of these emerging markets, they weren't really doing inflation targeting. They aren't really still doing inflation targeting, but they've used this as a device to establish their independence. Now, just to sort of summarize, I would also say there are so many things I didn't expect, and I'd just single out one. I'm surprised the extent to which central banks in everywhere almost are regarded as honest brokers. I mean, if you want to know what the data is, you go ask the central bank. And I think that's also part of this coming from independence. I think another thing which people in this room are very familiar with, but I think it's been very important, is the community of central bankers helping to support each other, exchanging ideas. And there's been a huge networking effect in this, in providing ideas and also support. When the whole central banking community stands behind you, a little bit, your government listens. And I think we can point at many examples of that. And then, you know, certainly recently, the central bank independence has been under attack. I certainly don't think it's an idea, you know, which is over at all. I would actually argue that the introduction of central bank independence has been the most significant positive development in macroeconomic policy since the Second World War. Thank you.
Well, Torsten, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Torsten's given us 5 minutes only, so I shall reserve my stories about Stefan and the resurrection of the British banking system in 2009 to conversation over dinner. I think it is impossible to understand the movement towards central bank independence without seeing it in the context of the great inflation of the 1970s and also the stagflation of the 1980s. The former was the consequence of, I think, in large part an intellectual mistake at the time in thinking that there was a long-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment, so that tolerating a somewhat higher rate of inflation would make it possible to sustain a lower level of unemployment. But following the breakdown of Bretton Woods and the link to gold, and 2 large oil price shocks, discretionary monetary policy led to rates of inflation well into double digits, and in some cases, such as the UK, above 20%. And as Ken said, in many emerging markets, even higher still. And the stagflation of the 1980s was the painful consequence of efforts to reduce inflation, which led to recessions, while inflation still remained relatively high. Now, an intellectual revolution in macroeconomics undermined the belief in this long-run trade-off between inflation and employment and helped to restore the case for price stability, which had been made over many decades before, arguably most persuasively by Maynard Keynes in his tract of monetary reform. But the attempt to achieve it after the breakdown of Bretton Woods by rigid exchange rate links collapsed in 1992 with the departure from the exchange rate mechanism in Europe of both the UK and Italy, and the end of the fixed exchange rate links in Sweden, where interest rates had been, some of us remember, hard to think of this now, raised to 500%. And the same applied to Finland. Now, politicians drew 2 conclusions from the unhappy experience of the 70s and 80s. First, inflation was unpopular. If exchange rates were to float, therefore, then a domestic framework was needed to ensure price stability. And that framework was the adoption of inflation targets. And second, the measures required to eliminate inflation were also deeply unpopular, with high rates of unemployment for a while. So politicians found that setting interest rates wasn't actually much fun. So why not give that power to an independent central bank with a mandate set by Parliament? And those two conclusions led governments around the world to give greater independence to their central banks. And in most cases, this did go hand in hand with an inflation target. Now, the policy debates at the time in the 1990s are, I think, helpful in understanding the challenges to monetary policy today. But there are three important differences between then and now. First, in the 1990s, the memory of the great inflation of the 1970s was still vivid. Today, there is almost no one below retirement age who remembers the peak inflation of almost 50 years ago. And until recently, low inflation had come to be taken for granted, both by economists who mistakenly assumed that inflation in the medium term was determined by the inflation target, and by the public who had stopped thinking and talking about inflation. So the constituency for low inflation, so widespread in the 1990s, has been somewhat eroded. Secondly, in the 1990s, the popular support for low inflation encouraged politicians to grant independence to central banks and to support them when it was necessary to raise interest rates. I think today governments can see only too clearly the challenge of issuing substantial quantities of government debt when interest rates are rising and central banks are no longer buying their debt. So external pressures on central banks are, I think, much greater now than in the simpler days of the 1990s. And third, when they were introduced, and I think this is in some ways the most important point, inflation targets were not seen as a theory of inflation. But today, in the models currently fashionable in academia and used by central banks, the inflation target is the variable that closes the model and determines the path of inflation in the medium term. But the original aim of inflation targets was actually to focus and change the way decisions on monetary policy were made. That is why inflation targets were accompanied by measures to increase the transparency and accountability of decisions and decision makers, respectively. Clear explanations of the reasons for decisions on interest rates were to be set out not as a matter of mystique by central bankers mumbling and saying very little. They were set out clearly in speeches, evidence to parliaments, and reports such as the Bank of England's inflation report. And although these innovations remain, I worry that model builders have tried to use the inflation target as a theory of what drives inflation. Because as a result, any deviation of inflation from target is assumed to be transitory, and policy mistakes followed. So I conclude really that an analysis of why many central banks were granted independence in the 1990s, along with the adoption of inflation targets, is clearly relevant to understanding today's challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thorsten. Thank you very much to the organizers. And I was very honored to be invited here to speak on this panel on the occasion of the farewell of Stefan Ingves. For me, when I joined the ESRB, the European Systemic Risk Board, he was one of the founding fathers. He was already there, and I actually learned a lot from him in terms of the relevance of financial stability for monetary policy, the importance to need to act when it's needed, and the importance of clarity in communication. And I'm saying this not to break the rules, because actually rules are important, and that's going to be one of my main points here. But I'm saying this because I think this is all crucially important at the current juncture. As we've just heard, I think in some sense central banks have enjoyed a capital of inattention or rational inattention to risks to price and financial stability. We've lived in a period of very low inflation and moderated risks to financial stability, so the public didn't actually pay much attention to central banks' core mandates. But current macroeconomic developments, not just cyclical but also structural, really challenged price and financial stability. So explaining central bank independence and acting accordingly has become more difficult and also more important. Central bank independence is certainly protected by institutional safeguards. We've just heard that. And that actually includes fiscal and macroprudential policy frameworks. But I think we also need to be very accountable. We need clear communication to sustain public support to independence. So let me explain these points quickly. Obviously, as been mentioned, inflation and risks to financial stability have been low, so the public in some sense could safely delegate the task of price and financial stability to technocrats and central banks and pay relatively limited attention to the details. Now, this has changed. That's my second point. So we have, first of all, inflation, which is well above targets of central banks today, and it's one of the main concerns of the general public. I looked at the most recent Eurobarometer poll, and there 42% of the respondents, and I think that's actually on the low side, cite rising prices as the most important concern, and actually that ranks above issues like energy supply and the international situation. And I would argue that actually concern about high levels of prices and perceived inflation is going to remain even if and when inflation rates recede. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is that during periods of low interest rates, vulnerabilities in the financial system have built up. In Germany, to give an example, we've had 2 decades of declining corporate insolvencies, very low credit risk, strong support to the real economy and indirectly also to the financial system through fiscal and monetary policy. And that, we think, leads to an underestimation of macroeconomic risk going forward, and also the expectation of further policy support. So higher vulnerabilities in the financial system is the second vulnerability. The third, we have high levels of debt, and that creates tensions between fiscal and monetary policy. And that's my third point. It's important, but also more difficult to actually explain the role of central bank independence and to act accordingly. So one tension, one conflict of interest that can arise in the short term is that there can be pressure on central banks to keep interest rates too long for longer to avoid risks to financial stability. But I think this even increases vulnerabilities in the financial system. So if we delay the necessary monetary adjustment, that can lead to the buildup of further vulnerabilities. And I think if we look back to the global financial crisis, we have seen how monetary policy can actually come or be at risk to come under fiscal or financial dominance. So at the time of the crisis, central banks provided liquidity to stressed financial institutions, and often to institutions with potential solvency problems. Capital buffers in the financial sector were insufficient, and fiscal funds were ultimately needed to cover losses. What are the lessons from this episode? Well, we need sufficient capital buffers in the private sector. Gaps in the institutional framework needed to be closed, so resolution frameworks have been certainly high on the agenda. And independence and credibility of central bank also may come under threat if there are insufficient fiscal backstops. Now, a lot has happened in the meantime. We have better fiscal and macroprudential frameworks, and that help us to prevent financial or fiscal or financial dominance. And these frameworks are actually complementary to the frameworks for central bank independence that we've just heard about. Obviously, there's a lot of institutional safeguards to central bank independence. In Europe, primary law assigns a strong role to central bank independence, and the legal basis in the euro system is even stronger than in Germany. So changing the treaty would require unanimity versus simple majority when it comes to changing the Bundesbank law in Germany. Maybe just as an interesting side remark, there's interesting historical research showing how independence was made into the legislation in Germany, and when independence was discussed in the 40s and 50s, there was actually stronger support for independence by the US authorities than by the German authorities. Obviously, it's different when it comes to financial stability. The frameworks, the macroprudential frameworks that we have to consider that the time horizon for financial stability risks is different than for monetary policy. Financial cycles last longer than business cycles. The policy objectives are different. It's more difficult even to quantify financial stability than this is the case for price stability. And we have different types of instruments. But still, we need also independence for financial stability policies, as we've also heard from Tobias, to avoid an action bias and to avoid that authorities come under fiscal pressure. The last point I would like to make is also something that colleagues have mentioned. Legal frameworks are not sufficient. We have to communicate and to explain independence. And this can actually be quite a balancing act. So we have on the one hand the technical experts to which we have to explain our policy cycle, where we evaluate our policies, the intended and unintended consequence of policy choices. But these policy evaluations are rather technical and tuned to an expert audience. But at the same time, we need to convince the general public that the central bank acts in its best interest and protects the public good stability. So we need a translation from the language spoken by the technocrats to the language spoken by the general public, but we don't have established dictionaries for that. So one tool that the Bundesbank is using is actually a small video. It's like a comic strip explaining why financial stability is not boring. And if you get the chance, take a look at it and give us feedback. And so I think we need this dialogue with the public in particular because we live in a time of structural change and we need to understand what's going on around us, and so we need a lot of communication channels also to the general public. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I guess I'd like to start by thanking you, Stefan, for your friendship, for being a great colleague. You are an absolutely essential person in our world, and you'll be badly missed. I'm going to use my comments focusing on the U.S. context, and I'll address three main points. First, the Federal Reserve's monetary policy independence is an important and broadly supported institutional arrangement that has served the American public well. Second, the Fed must continuously earn that independence by using our tools to achieve our assigned goals of maximum employment and price stability, and by providing transparency to facilitate understanding and effective oversight by the public and their elected representatives in Congress. Third, we should stick to our knitting and not wander off to pursue perceived social benefits that are not tightly linked to our statutory goals and authorities. So starting with the first point, as Ken and others have pointed out, on the first point, the case for monetary policy independence lies in the benefits of insulating monetary policy decisions from short-term political considerations. Price stability is the bedrock of a healthy economy and provides the public with immeasurable benefits over time. But restoring price stability when inflation is high can require measures that are not popular in the short term as we raise interest rates to slow the economy. The absence of direct political control over our decisions allows us to take these necessary measures without considering short-term political factors. And I believe that the benefits of independent monetary policy in the United States and more broadly around the world are well understood and broadly accepted. However, in a well-functioning democracy, important public policy decisions should be made in almost all cases by the elected branches of government. Grants of independence to agencies like ours should be exceedingly rare, explicit, tightly circumscribed and limited to those issues that clearly warrant protection from short-term political considerations. With independence comes the responsibility to provide the transparency that enables effective oversight, in our case by Congress, which in turn supports the Fed's democratic legitimacy. And at the Fed, we treat this as an active, not a passive responsibility. Over the past several decades, we've steadily broadened our efforts to provide meaningful transparency about the basis for and the consequences of the decisions that we make in service to the American people. We are tightly focused on achieving our statutory mandate and on providing useful and appropriate transparency. On the third point, it is essential that we stick to our statutory goals and authorities and that we resist the temptation to broaden our scope to address other important social issues of the day. Taking on new goals, however worthy, without a clear statutory mandate would undermine the case for our independence. In the area of bank regulation, as Tobias mentioned, the Fed has a degree of independence, as do the other federal bank regulators. Independence in this area helps ensure that the public can be confident that our supervisory decisions are not influenced by political considerations. And today, some analysts ask whether incorporating into bank supervision the perceived risks associated with climate change is appropriate, wise, and consistent with our existing mandates. Addressing climate change seems likely to require policies that would have significant distributional and other effects on companies, on industries, on regions, and on nations. Decisions about policies to directly address climate change should be made by the elected branches of government and thus reflect the public's will as expressed through elections. At the same time, in my view, the Fed does have a narrow but important responsibilities regarding climate-related financial risks. These responsibilities are tightly linked to our responsibilities for bank supervision. The public reasonably expects supervisors to require that banks understand and can appropriately manage their material risks, including the financial risks of climate change. But without explicit congressional legislation, it would be inappropriate for us to use our monetary policy or supervisory tools, for example, to promote a greener economy or to achieve other climate-based goals. We are not, and we will not be, a climate policy maker. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all four for these lucid remarks. Now you'll have a chance to agree or disagree with anything the other panelists just said, or you can also get into one of our main questions that you didn't cover in your initial remarks, especially if you have views on desirable reforms of central bank independence and mandates. Mervyn?
Well, I just want to say how strongly I agree with what Jay Powell just said about mandates. Independence from politicians is a great responsibility, and it cannot be misused by trying to creep into areas which have not been explicitly delegated by the appropriate political process. And the way I think about it is this, that nobody would ever create a central bank to prevent pandemics. Nobody would ever create a central bank to combat climate change. They would create a central bank to try to ensure price stability, and they would create a central bank in order to try to maintain stability of the financial system. So I think if you're going to have central bank independence, you should always remember the maxim, which I think is crucial for any agency, which is only do what only you can do. And there are plenty of other people who can take measures to combat climate change. And I worry that people are, in the great enthusiasm for doing good, are actually putting at risk central bank independence.
Others? Ken?
Well, not necessarily to the three questions, but just expanding slightly.
Yeah, please.
I think, particularly when interest rates were hovering around zero, one of the challenges to central bank independence was the idea we don't need it for stabilization policy anymore. That's very popular among a significant group of academics. In fact, if you look at a poll of the American Economic Association and compare what they said in 2000, where that was not considered to be a good idea by most, the considerable majority did think it was a good idea by 2021. And no one introduced Torsten, but he's made giant contributions in political economy along with his co-author Guido Tabellini, also Lars Svensson, who's here, and the late Alberto Alesina. And this just seems to have been forgotten, that I will see, I'll pick on him, Paul Krugman, draw an IS and LLM curve, and he says, well, you could shift the IS curve, that's fiscal policy, or you could shift the LM curve. You can kind of do one or the other. Well, I mean, fiscal policy is actually the sum of tens of thousands of different policies which are hardwired politically, and the fiscal policy is absolutely necessary in many cases. And of course, when a catastrophe, a pandemic, a financial crisis hits, it's less political. But in most cases, the independence of the central bank gives it this ability to approach things more technocratically and fairly quickly, that where fiscal policy needs time to sort out the political dimensions of things.
Yes. Well, I mean, one reflection that I have when I listen to the panel here and also looking at the questions how central bank independence has evolved over time, I think it's certainly important that we also see it as a generational issue. So to what extent does the young generation, I think that was very interesting what you said, like in the 90s there was still the memory of higher inflation, and I also alluded to the discussion of the situation in Germany in the 50s, where actually the politicians seemed to be tempted, when you read the account of the historians, to have a little bit less independent central banks, but the public was still so much aware of the high inflation that they pushed that the public opinion pushed towards more and more independence together with the US authorities at the time. And I wonder whether today we're reaching the younger population and explain to them why central bank independence is so important. And I think that's also part of our outreach that we have to do.
Jay?
So I'll admit to not really answering the third question. But I'll take a shot at it now if I can. The question being, did either the global financial crisis or the pandemic and the responses to them, does it suggest that there are problems with the mandate, unforeseen tensions between either financial stability and monetary policy and that sort of thing? And I guess I would take the position that would not be my takeaway at all. I think what happened in both crises is that central bankers used their tools pretty innovatively to deal with exceptionally unforeseen and difficult circumstances. I think the main takeaway from the global financial crisis was the need to build a far more resilient core of the financial system. And we did that, the banks did that, we did that, all over the world people did that, and I think that financial system is now substantially more resilient and more strong at its core. I think it held up better in the pandemic as a result. The pandemic was a different thing. It was it called for a whole of government response from a medical standpoint, and it called for use of fiscal policy and monetary policy tools in unprecedented ways. There had been a concern in the United States that Dodd-Frank had too limited the Fed's authority under Section 13.3 to do facilities and lending. The new system actually worked quite well. What it did was it required the Treasury's, the elected part of the government's approval for these emergency lending facilities, and that actually worked very well. And that's actually an appropriate thing, because these are extraordinary measures. We only have the authority during emergencies, and to have the elected government approving it, it was a very constructive process between us and the Treasury. So I guess to take a step back, I think that the tools that we have work. I think there's nothing wrong with our mandates. I don't see anything about the laws that govern us or provide our mandates that needs to be changed, and it seems to have worked pretty well in these two very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yet there is somehow, at least to some of us, a difference in the reaction in the 90s and the reactions now. So in the 90s, the public enemy number one had been inflation, as Mervyn and Ken had discussed, and that was an outcome of a decision making that wasn't useful and was subject to these credibility problems. And what we tried to do then was to construct a more robust framework in terms of institutional reform that would produce better decisions, that would keep inflation low. Now the public enemy number one, arguably over the next 25, 30 years were these repeated financial crises or risks of financial crisis. And it's true that there was, of course, much more regulation of the financial sector, but not to the same extent, trying to address by institutional measures the underlying decisions in this arena. By banks, yes, but not necessarily by policymakers. So is there a case, Mervyn, you have strong thoughts on who should be responsible for financial stability and macroprudential policies? Do the events that we went through during that dramatic era of the great financial crisis made you rethink those issues?
Well, I think the answer is yes. 1997, as both the then Governor, Eddie George, and myself were quite content, despite some press speculation to the contrary, that bank regulation would go to a separate body. But the reason was that at that point, supervision of banks was really all about depositor protection. It was about elimination of insider trading, fraud, etc. It wasn't about a historical bank run and about inadequate prudential regulation. And in the 5 years before the financial crisis, that's when you saw the leverage of the banking system increase very rapidly, so that it did become very fragile. And I think after that, I was very struck that when the to-be Prime Minister David Cameron and George Osborne, the Chancellor, came to see me, their argument for putting regulation back in the Bank of England was essentially that the only institution that people will trust is the central bank. Therefore, you need to take some of this back. Now, you can argue, I think, whether some of the details of regulation needs to be inside or outside the central bank. That's a less important thing. But the principles of ensuring, as Jay said, that the banking system was sound, I think are ones that central banks have to be involved in. But deep down, it seems to me the big difference between the way policy was set in certainly the 80s and early 90s and today is this business of recognizing that the quid pro quo of central bank independence is communication, explanation, and clarity of that communication. The great American economist Bob Solow once said that an economist needs 3 qualities: faith, hope, and clarity. And the greatest of these is clarity.
Excellent.
Torsten, can I just say something in response to your comment? I mean, inflation's back. So yes, if you'd asked that question in 2021, maybe, people said, well, financial crises, but I think you need a framework that, as Jay was saying, is stable over the full cycle of things that are happening and doesn't get, it gets tuned, but and also, let's look at the rest of the world, please. I think if we're looking at developing economies, emerging markets, which are also struggling to find frameworks, that I wouldn't tell the IMF to change what it's doing in terms of central bank independence.
All right. So maybe we'll go to the section when the public is involved, the Q&A session. So if you want to say something, please raise your hand. If you want to pose a question, if you do get the mic, please start by saying your name. Please be succinct, and please try to relate to the overall theme of the, of the panel. Okay, Richard Portes, please.
Yeah, we're coming through. Richard Portes, London Business School and European Systemic Risk Board, where I have learned over several years a great deal from Stefan English. No more of that now, but maybe later. I'm not totally convinced that we now have a resilient system. Mark Carney said that in 2017 as his final statement from the Financial Stability Board. But then the banks, yes, but we found in early 2020 that that wasn't true of the non-banks, in particular the money market funds, and the central banks had to step in. Central banks don't like to do that, quite rightly. They don't like to have to act as market makers of last resort. And that may be a compromise of the mandate. So the questions that I would put to the panel, I mean, as we've seen, we've seen very recently, the rise in nominal rates is exposing financial fragilities in the system. They came from the search for yield, whatever you want to call it. And we saw an extreme example of that in the United Kingdom in September of this past year. Now, in those circumstances, should financial stability be explicitly in the mandate? Should we be recognizing reality, what central banks actually do in practice? Would that help avoid financial dominance if it were in the mandate? Given the huge costs of financial crises, is financial dominance in a sense inevitable? Recognize reality and put financial stability in the mandate. Why not?
Who wants to take a stab on that?
I mean, in a sense, it is in the mandate, most central banks now. And I think it needs to be linked explicitly to the instruments of central banks. This was the problem before. And the obvious instrument is, whether you call it lender of last resort to banks or the equivalent to the non-bank sector. And I think that the central banking community is very focused on the question of defining the circumstances and the nature of institutions that happen to be non-banks that would merit an intervention. And I think that the only way to handle this is to have a framework which is set out ex ante, which actually tries to identify clearly the circumstances and the institutions that would merit lending from the central bank, but also ensures that the scale of that intervention is also under the control of the central bank and not something which the actors themselves in the financial system can expand to almost any number simply by the actions that they take. It's ensuring that there is enough collateral against which to lend by the central bank. Now, I think the central banking community is well aware of these problems. It doesn't make them easy. It doesn't mean that you can do it in a week. But my guess is, yes, you're right, Richard, that there will be an expansion of the mandate and that it's there in principle, but it needs to be made much more concrete by saying, what are the institutions, what are the circumstances, whether it's maturity mismatch or something else, that would justify an intervention, and to have sufficient regulation on that degree of maturity mismatch ex ante to limit the size of the intervention.
Claudia?
Yeah, no, I agree that to some extent the framework for central banks to be involved in macroprudential policy is well defined. So the Bundesbank, according to the German financial stability law, has a clear mandate in that regard. It's a joint mandate with the supervisory authority and with the Ministry of Finance, because as we all know, there's a lot of distributional implications that macroprudential policy decisions can have. So it's not us alone. And I think also the ECB has clarified in its strategy review how monetary policy and financial stability interact. The one point that I would like to make in addition is that we also do have frameworks for evaluation of policies and whether we've done enough. So the FSB, the Financial Stability Board, started this big project in 2017 and looked at the reforms that have been implemented, found no major side effects, found that a lot has been achieved, but there are still also gaps when it comes to resolution reform. So I think also for the areas that you mentioned, the non-bank financial intermediation space, we clearly have to implement policies and look at the resilience in that part. So I fully agree. We can never say that the job is done and we can all lay back. That's what we're there for.
Jay, please.
Just to add, in the same spirit, I think that what the pandemic revealed was weaknesses in the non-bank financial sector, much as the global financial crisis revealed those weaknesses in the big banks and the large utilities, financial market utilities. And so there has been, as Claudia was saying, and Mervyn was saying, there's a lot of effort going into, and has been, in what do you do about money market funds? What do you do about the treasury market? These things are much. And I think the first order answers need to be changes to the structure of these institutions to make them stronger and more resilient on their own. I would say expanding the provision of central bank liquidity is not the desired response. It really is to strengthen these institutions. Our capital markets are quite vibrant and very different in what they do from from what the banks do, and I wouldn't want to see the kind of prudential regulation that goes along with liquidity provision. I don't think it wouldn't be great to extend that too much into the non-bank financial sector. I'd rather work on structural reforms, which is kind of what we've been doing.
Claes Eklund.
Thank you, Torsten. You mentioned that you did graduate studies together with Stefan. I can add that I actually made undergraduate studies together with Stefan, so I'm even older. But a question of independence. It seems that you have mainly been discussing central bank independence from, let's call it, political pressure. And of course, partisan pressure would be even worse. But there's something more subtle about the independence issue, which I think we can discuss in Sweden right now. I'm personally interested in that. I worked in the finance ministry many years ago, but I was also on the general board of the Riksbank, Riksbanksfullmäktige, not the board of directors, but the general board before, in the old evil days, before independence. Anyway, in Sweden we have 4 institutions: the Riksbank, the Financial Supervisory Authority, the Debt Office, and of course the Minister of Finance. And they often work with similar issues, obviously. And they often have to cooperate. So the question here is, how independent can the central bank be in reality? To what extent must the central bank discuss, compromise, lean against the wind or with the wind, and be politically agile at the same time as it is formally independent? Maybe it sounds like a stupid question, but I think actually this is almost as important as the, let's call it, the big issue of political independence. I'd like to hear sort of your experiences from this. How independent can the central bank really be?
Well, can I start by saying, I think we have to distinguish between monetary policy independence, where the case, I think, is very strong, from all the other activities of the central bank. So as a regulator, the United States, Fed's very powerful, but there are many other regulators it deals with. And I think the same's true in most countries. So that it's very different conceptually, and I think all regulators, we'd like to be independent from over political influence and being bought off, or, even if it's only psychically held hostage by those that it regulates. But I think that's, the central bank in general, and looking at all its functions, it clearly has to coordinate with other agencies. It clearly has to be subordinate to political policy, as we had in the first session here.
So I can speak from my experience, which was that between 1997, when the Bank of England was made independent, and 2013, when I left, there wasn't a single episode where the elected politicians put pressure on the bank to adopt one interest rate policy or change rather than any other. Whereas, as Jay talked about, the facilities that were put in place in the US under the new regime, which was meant in some sense to give more control to elected politicians. We in the Bank of England in 2010 really introduced a compact between the Treasury and the Chancellor on the one hand and the Bank of England on the other, which said that any lender of last resort operation had to be approved by the Treasury. That seems to me perfectly reasonable and appropriate. And you have a private conversation where you explain why to be true, but since taxpayers' money is at risk, it's perfectly reasonable for the Treasury to have an input on it. There was never any conflict between these two different approaches in the different areas of policy. So I think the important thing is for it to be quite clear what that policy responsibility is, whether it's in the US with changes in legislation or the compact agreed between the bank and the Treasury in the UK. It's quite clear what the lines of responsibility are and who has to be consulted. That's the important thing. That's what prevents, I think, things going very wrong. It's where it's where different institutions or players all feel that they are the people responsible for a particular policy that you get difficulties.
Yeah, or to express it differently and perhaps more simply, it's a big difference between taking the decision in deliberation with others or taking it after deliberation with others.
Yeah.
And that's the responsibility point, right? So, yes, please.
Thank you very much for the panel. Joachim Nagel for the Bundesbank. Let me put it like this. I think it was already said by Ken Rockcliffe. I think inflation is back now. We are more or less, in my interpretation, still in the midst of a storm, and the storm is not over. So we have to do our job, our main mandate. This is our role. During the last 10, 12 years, we were the most welcome partners of the politicians because we, in our independent role, we did everything to fight against all the financial crisis and did what we did. But this came with a price. And now in the next years, the politicians have to learn that monetary policy is coming with a price. So maybe some of us, they have to announce that there are maybe losses or not the profits we came up in the past. What is your opinion about that? Is that influencing the way we are being perceived in the future about our independency?
Who wants to take that on?
Well, I'll take it on. It's related to something that I said, which is that the pressures from politicians will be greater and more complex today than they were in the 1990s. And you're absolutely right. But I don't think it's an issue about the mandate of the central bank. That is unchanged. It's that some people in positions of political responsibility will learn that life can be difficult. But I don't really see that there is a great wish anywhere to change the formal independence of central banks. But politicians will always want other people to do things that would benefit their own short-run interests. That's where central banks will remain solid and maintain their independence in respect of monetary policy. And they have every incentive to do so, in my view.
Someone else? No?
Well, I'll add briefly. I mean, clearly, there are many cases where, given the central bank's independence, politicians will look to the central bank, as Mervyn saying, to do something they should do, but they don't want to do, or political interests will say want something to do with inequality or something to do with the environment that they're not getting through the political system, and they'll view the central bank perhaps as an end around being able to implement it. But of course, at the end of the day, the central bank can't take political decisions consistently and maintain its independence. There are deep crises where the central bank just has to act. But I think in that case, it again is looking to the political system to back it up. If you go to developing economies, the normal rhythm of things is the central bank moves, but then the Treasury kind of takes over everything it did, and everybody knows that that's coming, and so it works that way because the central bank can move so quickly. But it needs to be very wary of taking political decisions.
Stefan.
Outside the topic of the panel, but since Ken, you are on the panel, I'll ask you anyway. You wrote a nice little book called The Curse of Cash, and in this environment, cash is disappearing. So, what's your advice?
Well, isn't it wonderful that the people who organized this event had a panel just before us about this? But no, I think one of the things that's been very naive about I will call them crypto evangelists, is that they can somehow do something better and have an end around. And in fact, if you look at the history of money, which is probably what I should have called my book, and you look at the private sector always invents everything, but for many reasons, the governments eventually regulate it and even sometimes appropriate it. And I think, that's what we're seeing going forward in the digital space. You need rules of the road. And I was going to bring it up earlier, but I have to mention FTX. That was kind of a success for the regulatory community. It didn't do anything. It's the $32 billion at the heart of the crypto system just had no effect. And I think it shows how you need some regulatory structure to provide guardrails, and the central banks need to do that. But anyway, I've learned from you over the years on this issue, so thank you for asking that question.
Oh, since we're spiraling out of control here with questions about anything, we should try to wrap up. So all good things must come to an end, and I'm not going to try to summarize what has been said, but I'd like to end with some final remarks. But really just 1 minute for each of you to summarize for the audience, which is the most important thing that we should learn from the panel. If you had to expound on one, which would that be? Who wants to take that first? Jay?
So I'll just conclude by saying that for us, central bank independence is a matter of statute. It's not in our Constitution. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the public well, nothing more, nothing less. And as long as it does serve the public well over time, then I think it's safe, and I think it's safe now. But that means we've got to be committed to achieving our goals and to sticking to this precious grant of independence to keep it. We need to deserve it, and that
What's going on, Jeremy?
the first panel, really. We shouldn't be getting ahead of where the public is. Particularly salient point today.
That's their connection, not ours. Come on, Rick's Bank.
I mean, this is what's building trust, and I think so we have to make sure that we also deliver on both of our mandates, price and financial stability.
And central bank independence is one of them.
Treasury President.
Debate about whether interest rates should go up, and if so, by how.
It's only got probably a minute left. They're going to just wrap it up. I don't think they're going to say anything else. It's only supposed to go till 10:05.
Matter, and that's why central bank independence.
All right. Blah, blah, blah.
Also,
Market independence. We need a big up here.
here.
Get out of there. So I get two things out of that. Two things. Yeah, that was my bad on his echo. Should be good now. Two things. I like that they won't be setting any kind of climate policies, doing anything like that. But I find it strange how I would say 30% of that conversation was about independence and not being political and this and that. And that's all fine and well. But we've seen over the last, 3-4 years that they're very intertwined politically. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. Up 31% now. What? And the HE double hockey stick. So they're closing, 120 stores? Was that the news? I kind of missed their earnings this morning. 120 stores. Sales weren't that bad, though. I mean, missed on estimates, 1.26 billion against a 1.34 billion estimate. Considering all strategic alternatives. Yeah, we'll come back to that. What you got eyes on?
I'm hoping that the market entirely right now just holds this 380 or 387.90 area. If it does, I'm going long and I'm going towards that 390 area. We've held this 200 EMA several times now and got an immediate pushback off that area, which was another that 387 area was where I was looking to actually come back towards, but I'm watching Tesla just getting heavy here, but it doesn't want to go under the 1815. If it closes a candle under the 1815, I'm short Tesla. Just because I do not want the break of 1780 here. And I think that we've had a substantial hold here. I think that we're going to probably, I would like to say we're going to just bounce here. AMC looks like it's trying to hold that $4 area, holding VWAP. Apple chilling around the 229. They just gave us a crazy break of a psychological 130. It seems like they're trying to go and scare everybody right this second. So right here, I'm looking, see how we go and end up in this. When we decide to break low of anything under 1818, and then right through the bottom of 1490 here, it just doesn't want it. It doesn't want anything to do with this area. So as long as that's going to continue, I'm going to keep playing the strength of this zone. Hopefully AMD and the chips continue to run like they normally do. After NVIDIA's looking very similar.
Nice. Yeah, Tiny, I didn't even get that opportunity in my area. It was here today, gone tomorrow. Bed Bath & Beyond didn't even really announce their closing. And I think it's because we got another one like 20 minutes away. So I'm assuming that they just offloaded the inventory to that one. And it was literally there one day because I get my dog food at the Sam's Club right across the way. And I get it every 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks, it was just up and gone.
Tennis Physical said they can't even run a Zoom call. That's actually kind of funny.
TGL at 214 now. So ran up to 318 when it came out of that long halt. Hit 318, dip back down 211. I know Tiny was Sabrina was asking what your thoughts on that were, Enzo.
TGL, yeah, I don't want to even look at what's about to happen, so I will look at that for you, Bree. Come on, Spy, just keep going. Get a little bit more for me. 208, it broke through that. Oh, I hate these. Oh, that was what I did look at earlier, Bree, is this area of 349. Tesla, hold that, please. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a huge trade. Go. We did not want the 313 when we went long 313. It immediately got rejected. You have a little bit of help right here at about, let's say 167. But I mean, if you look at it, there's really not much data to go on. I could easily see, with the way that stocks have been running lately, something really dumb like 340, 362. If it's a if it is a runner like that, if we get past 460, you're looking potentially trying to recapture 200 or something like that. But I don't think this is going to go without at least coming back to probably the $2 4 area, if not at least 180. Come on. Come on, market. Don't do it, Tesla. That's a down wick, but I like the fact that we're holding here. But yeah, TGL, I don't know anything about the company, Love, so I don't really know. Very nice call on the SPY yesterday. Thank you, Randy. We also took those Tesla 123 calls yesterday. Those are nuts. From yesterday to today. Oh man, come on, SPY. Don't do me like that. Go. This is resistance here.
Yeah, Tennis, you gotta be loving that Simon. I know you loaded the boat below 30 cents again this time. You know my only concern is that reverse split, brother. But if it can keep running like this, I mean, it might be able to get in compliance. I don't see anything about them getting a compliance letter. I would imagine that they should have, but maybe not. Maybe not.
AMC's over the 402, trying to break north here if it goes, and wants to break out over the 403 and hold anything over that 401. That's a break and a retest of the 399. SPY might have a problem here on the 5-minute, getting double top. 388.73. Momentarily, we need to go through that, but it's trying. Apple's trying to do everything it possibly can, and I don't know why. This seems like a huge fake out with like oh, yep, Powell's talking. So everybody thought it was going to break back down. So everybody probably went short north over the 130. As soon as they went short over the 130 area, I'm assuming everybody's just going to get ripped back against right now, just like Tesla's trying to come again. I'm holding with this. I'm holding with this trade. I'm holding this conviction. This could be a very, very, very expensive day for me. So be very careful. If you have green trades, take your green trades. Make sure you're taking care of your portfolio first, because remember, this could be on the downside of the market very quickly. AMC looks like if we can, go ahead. All right, send it. You want to see AMC go?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay, cool. I'll see if I can't make that happen for you.
Let's go.
I'll click my heels.
So Thursday, the next big number, we get CPI 8:30 Thursday morning. Funny that on here they have Jay Powell talking today as a bigger catalyst than CPI.
Yeah. AMC is breaking over that 404 again. It needs to go right here, 405. Here's the problem. AMC has not come back and touched for me. it has, I guess, on green wicks, or excuse me, on the top of the candles. So yeah, it is pretty much a perfect. It's a perfect break of resistance. AMC is gonna go. It's a break of resistance coming into support at the 399. This needs to go over 405 and it's gone. It's gonna go north at least. What was the next? I'd say probably like a 410 retest, but we need the yeah, this is market's going calls here. Yep, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Woo!
I'd like to see
Keep
it,
going.
Billy Ray. I didn't see any talk of that. I did see Mr. Beast talking about IPOing the burgers and stuff. I think it would be great in AMC. I think anything that guy touches is good. You know, I don't follow him too closely. My son loves him. I love his videos. I love that he does so much, gives so much back. I think he's pretty awesome. I think anything connected with him, if he gets connected to AMC in any kind of way, I think that's, Soda Man, what is up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope things are going as well as possible. I know you had a lot going on. I haven't heard from you, but definitely was thinking about you. Obviously, let me know. We've had everybody here has been concerned. All thinking about you.
Nothing but positive vibes your way.
For sure. That's a good good suggestion, Billy Ray.
Be careful right here. Sorry, 408. 408 on AMC. Sorry about that. We're running into that 408 area, where we dropped out when we were moving towards the top of, let's say, the 5th, January 5th. We're coming to the 200 on Tesla at the same exact time, and the SPY has the ability to go upside here. I'm looking at the SPY at the 389 going into yesterday's open price, which is going to be $190.40. That's the area right now that we're getting rejected from, where it's going to start building up to get rejected from. I would be, well, let's call it a 389.77-ish, give or take a few cents. But I would like to see us just go and substantiate ourselves in the north side of this yellow line. If we cannot do that, I'm gonna assume, ooh man, Tesla and Apple both are ready. Go. We need the 200 on on Tesla right here, which is this lime green line. For anybody who hasn't seen these before or haven't seen my charts before, the rejection right there at the 389 kind of gives me a little bit of a bullish feel. It's a puncture through the top of it, but it's not a complete run back and just a dump. This is like a area of just support on a lot of these right now, and we're just trying to build through tops. Where's NASDAQ? NASDAQ actually came up. Came to fill that gap. That's what it did. So top on the NASDAQ is going to be 10.7.
Well, that's what I would like to know,
$10,790
is what the profit margins are on the food that they do sell, if it would be worth that. 'Cause I've thought that before too, of why they don't have like a Walmart, like a Target. Target's got what, Starbucks inside of them?
Let's go.
Something like that. Like here it would make complete sense to have a pop-up Tim Hortons inside of an AMC. It would be just straight profits, especially if it was in a location where you can do a twofold and have it open to the outside world through a drive-through and service the inside world. I mean, Tim Hortons around here, it's a license to print money.
This is support on AMC. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm looking for about 390.50. If we can get through that 390, what was the opening yesterday? What was it? 390.40. Yeah, 390.40 is the next resistance. And then, which is already this blue line. I didn't know that I marked. Baby blue line right here up top, right here on the spot. This is going to be resistance coming down from the top, but we're building into it right now. Tesla has the ability to go through VWAP right now, which is going to be your light, your yellowish line on the chart right here. It actually came down to grab us before it starts moving back again, which I would like to see us get back over the 200 right here on Tesla and hold that. And I would like to say, and I'm just calling this out, I'm not by any means going to play this area, but the 394 area is a area that we needed to get to, in my opinion, to go and retest to get rejected from. It would make very much sense to me, seeing the NASDAQ probably need to retest somewhere up here at the 10,777 mark area, something like that, or even maybe the $10,761 area on the NASDAQ. It would make a complete sense to me to go right here and get rejected and then come back to retest this area right here. But I still think for the moment, we're at least looking are we going to hold this is the question. SPY's still looking strong to me. Until we break down downside of this green trend line, I'm good. But right now we're trying to hold the top. Tesla, just hold that. One time for the one time. Do it for state. Nvidia is up 2.5. Netflix is up 6. Yeah, okay. So that was another thing back in the day. I did like Netflix run a couple weeks ago and it pissed me off.
Netflix?
Yeah, it was running from it ran through the 300 area, this run right here. It ran through the 300 and I didn't think it was going to, but it ended up using that as support at the 304. Now we're coming back. If if Netflix continues to do this, I mean, we're looking at like a break of 325 right here. This is a break over that resistance of its little flag that it was in. I need a perfect touch, and I don't want to go and close this candle too deep. I want to try to hold that 388.65. Right now, it's doing a very good job doing that, and now we're consolidating, trying to see if we can't get some movement north on Tesla. But Netflix is looking like it's probably just going to, if we go through here, it might get the 325 and get rejected after that. I don't know where Tesla or where it's ever been. Oh, okay, we did have a 319, a 322, and then an ultimate of 329. But this trend still looks good. So I would be playing that downside anywhere. Netflix 295 right here. We had a VWAP touch on that wick, broke through it a little bit, but Still looking strong to me here.
Soda man. So nothing no good news since the last I talked to you. So Soda man putting it out there. Don't be sorry for dropping this like this. First off, I knew about this. I didn't want to share too much, put your personal business out there. I knew kind of what was going on. Again, though, I don't know what to say, but I could tell you this, that from the minute that you mentioned it last week, I know for a fact that everybody in this community has been sending positive thoughts, sending positive vibes. If there's anything else we can do, you let us know. We'll continue to pray, whatever it is that you guys do out there. And we never forgot about you, my man. Don't think that for a second.
Nope,
And
we've been looking for you.
yeah, and seriously, don't apologize. If you need anything, you hit me up. You need someone to yell at, I could be a punching bag. Whatever you need, my man.
Yes, sir.
I know the world must suck right now for you. I know I would be mad as hell. It makes me mad as hell that any kind of child that shouldn't happen. That's not right. And
huge positive vibes to you guys, all. But more importantly, we got a family member right now that needs a little bit more positivity. So if you got it to send, let's send it Soda Man's way. But yeah, if you need anything at all, please let us know. I want to hold this right now on the market though, very badly. Because if we don't, we might be into some put territory.
I can understand the fear, Soda Man. I would feel the exact same, but you got to stay strong. You know why? Because you got to stay strong for him. Let us do the worrying. Let us do the praying. You focus on him and being there for him and staying strong. I know that's easier said than done. But lean on us, brother. Lean on us. You got friends. You got family. We're here, and we're not just saying that. And you know that. You know those aren't just idle words.
Yes, sir. And they do say that like laughter and happiness is for the best medicine. So
it is. It is.
I mean, I can definitely go and say some stupid shit to get you to smile. So like that's one thing that you can guarantee.
And if I wasn't in my 40s and had a drinking problem in my 20s, I would say take my liver in a heartbeat. But I don't think it would. Yeah. I don't think it would do the job.
No, probably. Man, yours might be a expiration date problem, maybe.
Yeah. But just stay positive. Stay positive, man. Stay upbeat. Hit me up if you want to get your mind off stuff. I got my quest, man. We can play some golf. I know you're busy. I know you probably don't want to be away from him for a second, but if you need to just take a break, man, hit me up and we can make something happen. Or like I said, if you just need to talk, always here for you, my man.
Yep.
I love that. I love that statement right there. I'm going to be with him and know I feel all your love. That is awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I know, CBS. I was actually just listening to a podcast about that yesterday. About it was kind of about how your heart's kind of a miraculous thing because it's not able to contract cancer, but it also can't rebuild itself like a lot of other organs.
Man, you need to go. Please don't be an ascending wedge. Please don't. That's going to just piss me off.
So another J. Powell fear come and gone. Again, we kind of predicted that this isn't the same as when J. Powell addresses specifically our policies So
Yeah, what did you think about his talk?
I still think that it's a little bit telling how they focused on the climate aspect and the independent of political pressure. So it's to me, it's timing, and maybe that has something to do with kind of the mixed going from one party controlling all three branches to now what we're expecting to be a little bit more of a log jam in Congress and Senate. So maybe that's the case where that's why they're saying, okay, now we can not be political, because either way, and if it was the Republicans that held all three branches, I would say the same thing. You're going to get political pressure in that kind of atmosphere, even if it's not directly applied. When you have one party in control of everything, odds are the Fed's going to go with the flow of that. Whereas now, maybe because we have a little bit of discourse, maybe the Fed can just do its own thing and not worry about any kind of blowback, and maybe that's a good thing. Just a thought. Let me know what you guys think out there. Jane Hammond, I would love to get your opinion on this. I know you can see it through that. I just find it strange, that and the climate stuff. Or was that kind of together? Do you think that for the past 2 years they felt a little bit of pressure to kind of bend to ESG and to kind of put some kind of policy in play? Yes, please, Soda Man. I know you're busy, but at the very least, just keep me updated, brother, because we really do think about you. Trust me.
He was talking about you the other day, not the day that we talked to you last. He was talking about you the other day separately. So he talks about everybody.
And not just me. I've gotten messages, Soda Man, from many people in this community.
That's what you were telling me.
Just asking, and not because anybody's nosy, which is what I love. It's not that kind of community, just because people genuinely care. That's all. I love that. I love that statement. That statement just made my day right there, Soda Man. The part when you said so he can see him when he pulls through. That's what I'm talking about right there. Because
no question.
He will.
No question.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Hold your spy. So this is that retest.
So yeah, just to finish on Jay Powell, I think that he kind of reiterated what should have been true all along. And again, I'm not saying that the Democrats put pressure on him. I could just see that pressure just existing because you have complete control from one side. So that could be a good thing for the market, though, when you look at if we get some kind of standstill where he doesn't have to worry so much about what they're spending, because a lot of the spending is going to be held up in gridlock, and not going to have to worry about any kind of outside influence coming in. Maybe he can do his job. That's a big maybe, but hey, we're all about positivity today, right?
Yes, sir. I'm about to be really positive we get a bounce right here. And if we don't, I'm going to literally sell all my Tesla and just lose my mind. Tesla is just pissing me off.
Well, you know what they say. It's better to be pissed off than
Pissed off than pissed on, yeah.
So.
Oh, okay. We're gonna go right back to my buy spot. That's cool. Yeah, no worries. Just screw me over. What? Almost an hour of theta. Appreciate you. Thanks, market. Look at the fuck. Look at the Nasdaq. Just like
That alert came in right at the perfect time too.
because you know what's even worse about this is that it's probably gonna hold. That's what's gonna make me even more mad. Is that like we ran down just to go and fill right here on or excuse me, just to hold this top of this red candle right there on Netflix. Why? Just so that Tesla can go shoot right back through 117 just because you touch the 166 the 116.61 can like what
What's even better is so CNBC didn't show any footage of the what was going on in Brazil. They didn't show any footage of the people that were protesting in Brazil, but now they're showing footage of people protesting, the protesters going to that people are protesting because they want the protesters to go to jail. So they're showing the protest of the protest to see if the protesters could go to jail, but never once mentioned the original protest.
right.
Very interesting.
Or the reason that they were protesting.
Well, no, we're supposed to listen to our government on that, and we're supposed to control their elections. You listen to what people like Bernie Sanders and them tweeted out. It's like, wow, we said years ago that there should have been control put it. Who the hell are we? Why should we be running Brazil's elections? Why do we have to meddle in everything? Let them be. So that's a big thing. And when I see certain people stand up and just blindly defend something. Now, I don't know enough about what's going on there to defend either side. I don't live there. I never have, never will, never visited. I don't know their culture. I just know that when people uprise, it's not always just a conspiracy theory. Sometimes it's what the people want. So let them figure their elections out down there.
Do we have any news coming up? Anything?
Today?
Anything?
No, there's a treasury sale, I think, but that doesn't really do nothing. And no, I think there's some lower earnings. There might be a few earnings after the bell. Nothing big. We don't get we get the big banks starting on Friday. Meta to support for the Quest 1. Yeah, and they screwed a lot of people with that Quest 1 because it came out and then they dropped the Quest 2 under a year later, Lobo. I got the Quest 2, but yeah, that's kind of crap. So Meta taking a page out of Apple's book on that. Enzo, what's up, Martin Apollo? You check out that MEGL. Excuse me, little pig. MEGL, Megal, formerly that Chinese IPO.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that was a shit show. This was one that ran crazy, right?
It didn't run on an HKD level. I think it was just after HKD when China IPOs were all the craze. And it ran, then it settled for a while, and then we seen last week with the reemergence of HKD and whatnot, we seen it start to run. The mix between that and China's kind of reopening, part 2, I guess.
That looks like downside 177. Yeah, 122 resistance, broke through that, and it's holding 205, but you're still looking for at least 188, let's call it 180, 181.
Market closed on Monday, I believe so, MLK Day. I know schools and everything are off. I'll double check that right now, but I would imagine that's a federal holiday. I would think that it would be no trading. Yes, it is closed. So next Monday, no trading. Thank you for the reminder on that, Tiny. Rumble up again today, 8%. So Rumble's been on the move. They've been spending some money. From what I've been reading, they've been doing some upgrades, things like that. So well, did you see that stuff that came out? I don't know how true it is, Billy Ray, about the about they said it was her use. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. Showing stuff where she's saying she's celebrating suicide of holders. Yeah, and it was like Tesla holders, right? GameStop holders. And then she said AMC holders weren't even worth their own category, that she was going to celebrate them with GameStop. Really dark stuff. Yeah, and you know, I haven't followed the girl. I don't know if that is or that isn't her that was saying that stuff. Sounds a little bit fishy. Sounds very planted, very I could see what you're saying though. Them building the case in the public's eye against her. I mean, the thing is, they didn't need anything more than just that real video that came out about her talking about stop losses and stuff. I think you're right, though. That's a great statement, trying to make people celebrate her demise and not look into it. Yeah, and you know, that happens more than I think people would like to admit, especially when especially when there's already a biasness against them, right? And we're seeing that happen with that Tate guy. Now, again, I don't know if he's innocent, guilty, whatever. I don't know what he's doing, you know. And I'm only using him as an example of how you got a guy who's already vilified, and then something comes out like that. It's easy to assume guilt before anything really comes out, you know. So you got that same kind of case with her. Like I said, that's kind of what they did with Epstein, with the Netflix special that came out at an ironic timing, and basically tried to just tie everything into a nice little bow and say, hey, him and Ghislaine, they were the only ones. Don't worry about anything else. We got the two bad guys. Everything's good. True, GTA. And that's the thing, is once you're guilty of one thing, it's just so easy to assume that anything else, like, again, if you do the crime, you should be convicted. You should be held accountable if he did do anything, you know, but at the same time, the days I think of innocent until proven guilty don't really exist much these days, I don't think. Unfortunately. Tennis likes the taste of a nice dark rum. I like a dark rum. I actually like spiced rum the most. Captain Morgan, I think, would probably be my favorite. Captain Morgan and Coca-Cola, I feel like it actually tastes better with Captain Morgan in it than, but I digress. It's Tuesday. The market's gone red. We got the Dow down at 0.15%, the S&P down 0.2%, and the NASDAQ down 0.2 as well. What are you seeing from here, Enzo? More downside, or you think we're going to pop back up?
No, I think we're actually just trying to go, and they're using, I think, Bitcoin right now as a mover. But I think that we're getting ultimately rejected again on the SQs from this 52 area. We went down through it and we came back through. This seems like, I mean, the market's absolutely about to tank, or SQs are failing over and over and over and over again. If the SQs decide to want to go through their day at that 52 mark, then I'll believe it, but I'm still long.
Oh, Virgin Orbit couldn't make it up to orbit. UK
Maybe not. I'm not
reach orbit.
No longer long.
Sucks when it's right in the middle of your name too. Virgin Orbit shares crater after UK launch failed to reach orbit. You had one job, Virgin Orbit. What's up, Hills Bills? Sailor Jerry's, is that a spice rum or is that a dark rum? Is that a dark rum? I can't remember. I used to play in a clan on SOCOM back in the, man, that was in like the late 90s, that we all had liquor names, and someone's name was Sailor Jerry on there. Tequila is more like to kill you. Stay away from that stuff, even if The Rock makes it or whoever.
What's the news tomorrow, or the schedule tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got nothing. Mortgage applications come out at 7 a.m. So the MBA mortgage applications released by the Mortgage Bankers Association presents various mortgage applications. It is considered as a leading indicator of the U.S. housing market. Mortgage growth represents a healthy housing market that stimulates the overall U.S. economy. Normally, a high rating is seen as positive or bullish for the USD, while a low rating is seen as negative. And that's really it tomorrow. Then we get month over month, year over year, CPI, all that good stuff. And CPI mixed in with initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims. So Thursday morning will be on and popping. No, a glass of tequila a day does not keep the doctor away at all. Not at all. A 45-ounce plastic cup. I don't think so. Don't think so. So yeah, nothing too big tomorrow, news-wise. But that doesn't mean that there can't be some big news.
Yeah, it's going to be negative MMO or MOM.
They keep bringing this guy. It's the third time I've seen this guy on CNBC this morning, and I only seen a little bit pushback because they have this 100 most just companies in the world and why people should invest in them. And Teen Wolf's dad's like, yeah, do they make money? He's like, well, that's not really their mission. It's to, they're supposed to be the most racially equitable and fighting climate change and doing this and doing that. And he's like, yeah, that's great. Do they make money? Well, we're not going to really talk about that. So they're trying to shove. It's funny that they're trying to shove them down our throats over here. And meanwhile, you got J Powell saying, like, that's all a bunch of crap. We ain't doing nothing. Like, that's, and I think that could be a sign of the administration where the left tends to be more, liberal about issues like climate change, things like that. And the right may be a little bit more reluctant to throw money at that kind of stuff. So that's why J Powell's saying, we ain't doing nothing. I'm trying to do my job. And again, I think this might be the first time in the last, 4 years, 3 years, whatever, that J Powell maybe is able to just do his job. But now it's on him. Now he's like Derek Carr. Now he's got 3 months or you're out. Okay? You can't blame it on any kind of political issues now, J Powell. Which that just seems, that's what I got out of that speech. I feel like that they were subtly trying to make an excuse and saying, polity, independent, all that stuff. When in reality, it's the Fed's fault, more than anybody, more than the administration, more than anything like that, as far as the position that the Fed's in. He and them acting together did it to themselves and to us. Global warming, Tennis. I'm going to call it global warming. We're going back to the old school.
If the SQs give this up, I'm going to be pissed. I mean, I'm going to be ecstatic because I'm going to be winning, but I'm going to be pissed if they just broke this for no reason.
Winning.
This should be downside, though, if this holds.
Oh, that was big news. The Microsoft news. Forgot about that. Did they?
Microsoft getting rejected, doing the absolute boof. Takes a huge downside right into support. Okay, how far is this about to go? Because obviously it's negative news. Or is it positive news into a downtrend, or into a bad thing? Or bad,
or is it just to compete with it? Oh, that's what it is. So yeah, Microsoft in talks for $10 billion investment in ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, basically the thing that generates you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with it. I don't even know what I would technically call it, but do wild stuff with it. You can take 3 tweets and this AI will turn it into a whole New York Times article for you. Just give it it's I listened to a podcast about that yesterday too. Very strange. So Microsoft is betting on AI and could invest $10 billion into OpenAI, the owner of ChatGPT. According to a Semaphore report, the investment would value OpenAI at $29 billion. The report stated it was not clear whether the deal had been finalized, but if Microsoft goes ahead with this investment, it would be part of a complicated deal where the tech giant would get 75% of OpenAI's profits until it recoups its investment. So they got a Kevin O'Leary type deal on it. Once Microsoft recoups its investment, the shareholding structure of OpenAI would reflect the company having a 49% stake in OpenAI, other investors with another 49%, while OpenAI's non-profit parent getting the remaining 2%.
Is this being rejected on the SQ? And are we going? Yeah, we're going north on the SPY right here. I want to break this 387.76 real quick to the upside and get through the bottom of that green candle right there that it stopped at right here, which also indicates the 200 EMA. Yeah. Can I get a? Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Run it. Let's go. Now go back and like go through the 390 area. I'm about it. Just go through the whole thing. Don't even worry about the 388.90. Don't worry about the 388.70. Just continue to go.
Microsoft's the number 3 most just company too in America. So
right.
According to these guys, Nvidia's number 2.
Who is that? Benzinga?
No, CNBC. I don't know. I'm not sure who puts this. Who put this list together? We're up to number 2 though. It's Nvidia.
I don't know. I'm about to start singing Alanis Morissette here in a minute.
What? Isn't it ironic?
I don't know. Is that the fly like a bird lady?
No.
Oh.
Billy Ray, do you think that would be what they were looking at? Oh, and Bank of America is the number 1 most just company in 2020.
Yeah. Okay. Why? Because they're not the ones doing the murdering?
Yeah. Hey.
They just tell people to do it. It's fine. It's just racketeering and RICO.
Oh, by 2025, they're going to pay people $25 an hour.
Oh. Allegedly, they're not.
So yeah, they're the best company in the world, and they're gonna do this by 2025. Didn't Target do that like a year ago? So explain to me how Target values their employees more than Bank of America.
That's good. That's actually a good point.
But yes,
how's
I'm
AMC
interested in
doing?
that, Billy Ray, to know. Do you think in a deal like that Microsoft would be? We all know Microsoft is famous for buying stuff to destroy it almost purposefully. Do you think that this will be a? Do you think that they'll build off of that, or that they'll bury it to stop competitors from getting their hands on it? Because you would have to think that they already have something like this in the works, right? You have to think Microsoft has been working on something similar to this, as have, I would think any big tech company along those same lines. So with that being said, will they get it and destroy it? Will they get it and build off of it? Will they get it and suppress it because they have their own?
Get up there.
The clown soundboard? Well, we're having a clown rally. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond was having a clown rally earlier. Hey,
that's Nelly Furtado?
Nelly Furtado. I'm like the bird, yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful. What the hell is AMC doing? Tell AMC I'm done with it. I'm true with this guy. No, Judge, I'm okay. I'm okay.
398 now for AMC. Market turns
Next
back
time.
green. The Dow and the Nasdaq up 0.05%. S&P exactly flat.
Next time you come into my courtroom, you better be wearing some type of cloth. I'm sorry, hey, look, I'm sorry, Judge. You've the what?
TGL. And what was the news on TGL? What?
TGL probably spiked just a little bit ago because usually the most attractive thing is the market, the adverse market mover.
Oh, they're joining hands with Boost in Malaysia. Okay, so Treasure Global taking their talents to Malaysia.
Oh yeah, that's probably a little bit better than South Beach. Go ahead, Spy. Talk to them nice. Rip their faces off. Oh yeah, Spy's gonna go in and just no, don't do that. Don't get stopped there. Say it with your chest. Bench to 250. Do it 50 times.
That's an interesting take there, Tennis. They'll sell it to governments and replace Palantir. It's worth $100 billion. Well, and if you look,
that's actually nasty. That's a nasty thought.
If you look at this, it doesn't make sense. Why would they sell at this price? So if Microsoft is only valuing it at $29 billion, and even if you take that valuation, Microsoft is investing $10 billion and getting a 49% stake after getting their $10 billion recouped. So, I mean,
wait, isn't that how?
Maybe this is just Microsoft trying to slide one by, like, hey, maybe these people are idiots. We'll throw this at them. But it doesn't seem like a deal. With Microsoft offering, what was it, 69, 65, 70? What was the billions for Activision?
64.
64 billion. So you're offering 60 plus billion for a video game company, in which I'm not underestimating what a video game company could generate. But if this OpenAI, this Chat GPT is what some people think that it is, I think it's valued a lot higher off that. That's a good one, Caesar. That's a good one. I can't hit those Whitney high notes, man.
What'd Caesar say?
He was asking what Whitney Houston's favorite type of coordination is.
And I'll see myself out.
All right. Coming up on 11 o'clock, guys. 11
Tennis
o'clock.
just warped my shit. Yeah, GTA, I told you I was going to do that, didn't I?
Well, yeah, headline's good, right? Riding off their number 3 most just companies out there news. I got to piggyback off of that. Yeah, the only thing I like Microsoft for is video games. I ain't gonna lie, I'm an Xbox dude. I know I don't like to. I feel a little bit better since Gates has stepped away about buying their products, but can't win them all. So just about every sector down. We got healthcare up a little bit. Healthcare up 0.81%. Communication up about 0.25%. And consumer cyclicals and industrials about even. What's taking the big hits? Utilities down 0.75%. Real estate the same. Energy down over 0.5%. Tech down over 0.25%.
I mean, GTA, like, no. No, Mr. Superman not here.
What's the value on that? Only 5 million, under 5 million.
I tell you what, about 180 makes sense, but
they signed that deal with Malaysia and automatically got Zoolandered. That's what happens. Must kill the Prime Minister of Malaysia. So is that how it works, Billy Ray? You just ask this thing questions? Like, it's just been loaded with an amazing database of responses and the way people talk, right? Like because I know there's that thought too, is that, that's part of why Elon bought Twitter. I don't know if that's like a conspiracy theory or what it was, to get those resources to train AI. You know what I mean? So many people communicating
We're holding a good area on AMC right now. This gets back towards like 418. Things gone. Can I ask anybody what the hell Arizona Metals is?
Arizona Metals?
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Well, they trade under the ticker AMC.
What's that, on the Taiwan Stock Exchange? TSE?
Yes, it
What's
is.
that? Is that Taiwan or is that Toronto?
That is, I think that's Taiwan.
It may be Toronto. Bills, you still out there?
What
Let
is
us know.
TSE? This is actually pretty interesting. Hold on a minute.
So it's like an Alexa, but the difference is this one's able to create. Am I on with that? You know, I'm not a tech guy. I is what I is.
Look at.
Toronto. Look at what? What are you looking at? Arizona Metals? I'd rather take an Arizona iced tea.
It's probably better.
I can't believe this Bed Bath & Beyond holding over $2. Crazy.
Crazy guys.
Oh, that S&P top 10, you got Apple down close to 1%, Microsoft up 0.75%, Amazon up 2.5%, Tesla down 3%, Google up about 0.1%, Nvidia number 2 most just company up.
No.
I wonder where they get all those materials to make those chips and whatnot. I wonder how just that process is.
Well, I'm sure it's probably very hygienic, very non-hazardous.
Do you think when it comes to alleged labor laws in mining that you have to fulfill quotas and stuff like that, or does just any poor kid, regardless of that, do they count? I've seen some stuff from some mining places, and I fail to see, and maybe I'm way off base on this, and I'll say allegedly, I fail to see how a company that's involved in mining, even if not directly, in today's day and age, could be considered a top 5 most just company. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily unjust, but take a company like AMC or GameStop. Well, I guess AMC is in gold mining, which is a little bit different. How are those companies? How is Nvidia more just than them? And that's just an example. I have to imagine that there's other companies that aren't exploiting labor and doing, actual damage to the environment and not hypothetical damage. Just kind of some of the stuff that I worry about. Oh, Sabrina got in on that TGL. So Sabrina and GTA looking for it. Enzo says no go.
161.
Enzo says 161. I'm pulling for 208. IMPP making another run today, up 2.5%.
Where did the business Arizona? Where did this business come from?
Arizona Metals?
Yeah, Canadian-based minerals export or explorer company.
I don't know. Maybe they figured whatchamacallit was doing so good with their iced tea and just was like, yeah, what can we name this? And they're like, I don't know, Arizona worked for Arnold Palmer. Why not just name it Arizona Metals?
They're holding the 9/3, their listing date. There's something, this has something to do.
Oh, that's big. That's big news there. CBS Frog. Not to get off that. Asking about STSS. We'll see if Enzo can take a look at the technicals on that. But the news that came out earlier today on that, Sharps technology to introduce new specialized pre-fillable syringe systems in 2023.
Needs to continue to hold 191. May give you another retouch of 163, but could very easily get loose 270.
Yeah, without knowing too much about the process of that, that sounds like that's big news. Not quite as big as closing 120 of your stores, I guess, but Bed Bath & Beyond continuing to wow, up 25%. And, you know, this was probably, Nick DePrima called it out when we were talking about those dollar calls. I thought that they were too risky. I think we all agreed that we'd see some kind of pump on Bed Bath & Beyond before it was all said and done. And maybe they do make a turnaround. I just don't. Unless they're turning to a complete online retailer, or I'll have to dig a little bit more into that earnings and see if they mentioned what the what their plans for Bye Bye Baby were. The only thing that was really good was revenue. And think of it this way, guys, they had a big inventory glut. That revenue, I wouldn't put too much weight into it. You know, if you sell, what was it? Couple, you know, say $3 billion worth of stuff, but you only made maybe a couple $100 million off that, if even that, when it's all said and done, because you're selling everything at a discount to unload it. Sure, the revenue will be higher. It looks good on paper, but I don't know if I'm buying it.
Come on, Spy. Hold. We're looking to turn this into support.
Amarin. So Amarin with a lot of news out just this morning. So they posted their preliminary Q4 results, appointed Murray Stewart to the board of directors, and I'm assuming had some news against a generic threat that they were having. So either they got a patent extended. Let me try to find this. I'll add that to my watch list. What was the other one there, Jane? INO. So Amarin, that's up 21% today on not quite earnings, but preliminary Q4 and full year 2022 revenue results. Positive cash flow of $4 million in the fourth, ended the year with $310 million in cash and investments. That's solid. Full year company estimates total net revenue to be between 88 to 90 million and 367 to 369 million. Under $1 billion market cap there, so still some room to grow. Yeah, so now what happens? Does it have to go to the Senate and then fail? I'm not sure the process in that, because there's going to be a lot of things now on both sides that need to get approval on the other one, where they'll pass it through knowing that the other side won't pass it. And then just like when on the other stuff, was there more in this bill than just repealing that? I'd like to know that. I'm just not sure if them passing it in the House really does anything at this point. I got to brush up on my legislative procedures. You okay there? Oh,
Let's go. Tennis is physical with the $5 that make you holla.
Getting dirty out there. Tell them. My world,
Sir.
You got to get dirty. So that's what I'm doing. Getting dirty.
Yes, sir.
Dirty, dirty. Appreciate that, Tennis. Nibble at both of them. So I like that AMRN, especially with the year that we had, for a company like that to have those kind of that kind of cash. Inovio.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Tesla. Go through. No, I already saw it. I saw that 1680.
So this looks like it's a good time to buy too, Jane. Not financial advice, obviously, but it looks like they're down near lows because they scrapped the COVID play there and are focusing on some cancer plays that they're saying that they see a path forward with. So something to keep a good eye on. And in those, all you need is a any kind of clearance on that, and you can see it push up.
All you need is love. Love is all you need.
It is. It is.
I'm gonna get the banjo. It's been said.
It is written.
Ho ho.
CBS Broad coming in with that popping that popcorn. Much appreciated. Money laundering. GTA. How dare you? Appreciate you, CBS Broad.
Man, that scares the hell out of me every time it happens.
Yeah, I don't hear it, so it doesn't scare me.
Huh?
I don't hear it.
Oh, it's so loud. Like it sounds like somebody is firing off automatic weapon in my ear. It's like it's a very, very loud dubstep drop. Can the stream hear it? Let me get a 1 in chat if you guys can hear that alert.
I've been lollygagging. My dog probably peed on the floor down there. I'm gonna let her out real quick.
Yeah, no, don't have that. Let's go, Tesla. Get your ass together. Excuse me, SQ's at 5101 currently right now, holding that 200 EMA, or excuse me, 200 MA. SPY right here, 388.53 is just looking like, okay, good. So, I don't understand why, though. There's got to be a reason. So for some reason, his audio problem is that his audio always comes through, or my audio goes through his computer. My audio apparently does not even go to the stream. That's lovely. I'm gonna take care of that later today. I gotta fix that. Because we have all these cool things, but they don't make any noise on the stream. That's not gonna work. SPY looking like it's trying to get back north of that 388. House passes House Republicans pass legislation trying to block new IRS funding. The Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Brina posted that in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and post that in the chat here. I'm sorry, she posted it in Discord. I'm posting it in the chat. Thank you, Bree. Now, come on, Spy. Let's get that ass in gear, huh? Let's find a bottom here. Let's go north. We don't have any problems. Spy is gonna try to go low here. Spy put volume is going through the roof right now. Ouch. If someone more talented than myself what is a compilation or a ringtone? Like, I know what a ringtone is, but I don't understand. I'm so confused. Oh, okay then. All right, let's break everything. Oh, Tesla, you're being a pain in the ass today. Like, it just feels like the SPY is, or Tesla is ready to rip, but it's just gonna fall into what, the 110 area? Just doesn't quite make sense to me. 112 would, kind of. EV Geo is up 19%. Every single time there's a green candle right here, there is a massive amount of put volume going in. GERN for some reason is coming up. Lobo, you looking cute as shit. Yeah, GERN's running. What's everybody looking at? Just because MIA walks away doesn't mean I can't talk to you. I just usually don't look at the chat often. He keeps a pretty good eye on that. And Lobo, my pillowcase it's just got a picture of Odie on it. No, not a big deal. I think a lot of people are playing this SPY downside into its MA rejection twice now. We couldn't hold more than 5 minutes. Now it's retrying it. This would be a put opportunity. Off the 388.77. SQs are doing their best to hold 50.92. Tesla's trying to come up. Tesla broke through. It's not going to stay up there though. I'd be surprised. I still hold my calls long, but they're out in time. I'm just scaling into them. You're down 5% already? Somebody kick TLG or TGL. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna probably be down 164. Let's call it 174. Fly like a bird, I wanna fly away. Go ahead, Tesla, just take off. I didn't know that was Nelly Furtado though. And that song is stuck in my head, and it's been stuck in my head for days. No. GTA. Got in at 182. Let's run it back to $20 real quick. Why not? Why not? You know? Like, let's just run it all the way back to 20. Okay, sure. I absolutely love the optimism. Currently, it's not even trading. I got into NVOS. Or, yeah, NVOS. Down as well. Yeah, this one looks a lot better, though. 15 cents seems like a hell of a lot. Oh, Tesla touched me. Give me that, like, absolute ripper candle and stay up there. If the SPY decides to hold right here, Tesla's going to start moving back to that 118 because it's going to go through its pre-market low here when Tesla tries to find a bottom. SQs are trying to come back to the top, but that's a big wick. Trying to find range, but there's none there. With a double top. Big decisions right here. And I'm going to go with probably with that SPY candle right there. Bullish. But NVOS I like just because you're able to go and grab it at almost 15.8. Oh, well, and SPY candle does that. It does run back to its EMA, which I did like. I don't know if I'd like that puncture, though. Hold it. If this candle closes underneath this line that we just drew, I'm going to still assume bullish, but if this goes and closes above, this thing is going to go. I like that play though, Arctic. SIDU. Ape has already... Okay. There's the rejection on the SQ right there. From that little we were looking at. This red line right here. Oh, it's right inside there. It's the first candle that's actually gone and stayed up here though. Somebody just bought that. Somebody's got a huge order right here. And they want to sell at 15.20 or 51.20, excuse me. Tesla trying to do its thing. Now let's see if Tesla can run the same test. Now if Tesla wants to stay above, let's call it like a rough 116.70, 116.80-ish, and closes that candle, I'd be curious to see what happens to follow this. Rejection, rejection, rejection. There's a double top on a 5-minute, lower candles. It's building though, I don't like that. I want this break badly.
What's up?
Just waiting for Tesla to rip somebody's face off real quick.
Okay.
Big no. So that was a. So was what a yeah?
Was who?
Oh, Abe Flip.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
He's saying flip Ape into TGL.
Flip it.
What does that even mean? You're saying
Space. Oh, there you go. Some big news there. Arctic Fox, they secured a subcontract for the U.S. Navy propulsion program. Company's been selected by Craig Technologies to manufacture 13 propulsion plant team trainer maneuvering area panels for Bechtel Plant Machinery, Inc. CITIS will manufacture, assemble, test, and deliver the maneuvering panel trainers for Craig Technologies. Total value of the project is over $2 million in cash and prizes for CITIS Space, SIDU, up 20.5%. Back to you, Enzo.
Thanks, Jim.
And that's how you do it.
No, watching the SQs go to their 200. Market's going down. We're still in this little wedge. We're coming back into it now. So this would technically be here.
Golden Sun Education Group, Martin. I know nothing about that. Enzo could take a look. I tell you just by the name, it's bad news. But
What is it?
That's my thought. GSUN, Golden Sun.
G-Sun, yeah, that's.
I don't care for these education stocks because you see them up like this one day and then you see them down 60% the next day.
Yeah, you're about to see this one run about 219, 240, 243.
I mean, it could get loose if it gets up there, Martin, but
141. But make sure that you're holding your support at 243 first. But that thing's, I don't like that at all. That looks like a wise to me. Like what am I saying? If it does go to and decide to get north of 277 and 322, then yeah, that thing could go insane.
yeah, really, Jane. I didn't watch any of it last night, and I'm glad I didn't. By the time I got home, it was already long. A blowout.
Yeah, this is coming back to 160, 168, 150 area. No question in my mind. I could even see it maybe giving you a 194, but it's not staying over the 200. I would be very shocked.
All right, 11:37. We are 20 minutes away from trader lunch. There you go.
What?
Coinbase shares pop. So another.
Yeah, Coinbase. What did I say? Something sub 30?
It's up 5% on laying off another 20% of the people. And what was the first round of layoffs? I think they laid off 16% or something middle of last year.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at Coinbase to do very well in the future, but right now it's just got too much against it. I think that if they're gonna go and let anything happen, or like if they're gonna do anything to the market in general, I would be taking it to the downside. But if we do decently well, a company like Coinbase, you're not gonna have to worry about like missing the entire move. Like getting in now on something like that's like, in my opinion, buying Microsoft like 20 years ago. That's just my personal
What was the
opinion.
level that you said G-Sun had to hold if it was going to go back up?
If it was going to go back up, like 245.
And then what did you like after 3? Martin said he got a phone call.
No worries. I would say a hold of, tell Ma I said hi, 241, and absolutely cannot lose 225. If it goes back up over 3, you were looking at if it goes over 290 or the 338 there, you're looking at probably $5, 5 to 8, 5 to 7, something like that. That's his perfect gap anyway. He plays those kinds of $5 to $7 movers. So yeah, I mean, like that could very easily get north very, very big, very quickly. I do not think that that's going to happen. I think it's more than likely just going to come back against itself, just like Wise did, just like, what was the other one? Wise and High Key. That was High Key.
Yeah, I've stayed away from those education plays. I haven't even watched them too much because they run. I mean, they're perfect FOMO plays, but anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody watching it, then that's great. But if you aren't somebody that's sitting there watching it all day, all night, 165 or 365 days a year, it's a very hard thing to watch those and be profitable on just like if you took a portfolio and went and had just FOMO plays or just runners or something like that. I would be surprised to see a lot of those doing well.
Oh, they're bringing Babies R Us back, huh? Store at the American Dream Mall.
Do they have baby Jeffrey bucks? If we don't, heads are gonna roll.
Isn't someone gonna be bringing Toys R Us back?
Something like something. I don't know. It maybe like been a meme.
I bet you if I win this Mega Millions tonight, I bring it back.
I bet you don't. I bet you don't get anywhere close to even buy that company.
I could pick it up on the cheap.
With your take home, your what is it? What's the Mega Millions?
It's over 1.1 billion, I think.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anywhere close. You're gonna maybe see what?
What do you mean? I could have bought.
You could buy the Raiders before their stadium.
No way. Raiders are the 5th most highest value.
I wouldn't pay.
I could buy
$500 million
Beyond for
I wouldn't buy I wouldn't buy the Raiders for $500 million.
Oh, I'd scoop that up in a heartbeat.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Their values. Let's just see.
Oh, I know their value. I know that they're expensive. I just don't think that they're supposed to be like that. I think it's the stadium now that gave them that value.
5.1 billion, so I'd only be 4 billion short before taxes. It's
Yeah.
that. It's the logo. I think what really adds value, fans like me.
100%. People that are absolutely mesmerized by a gray and black pirate. Yeah, on a shield.
Well, and I don't think it's
pirates didn't have shields, right?
I don't think that it's just the logo or anything like that, but I think when you see a Raider fan, you're like, yeah, that dude's official. Like, he's loyal. He's a Raider fan living in Western New York. This guy knows what's up. I get that look 7 to 8 times a day. People are like, yep.
What does that matter? I'm a Steeler fan in Florida.
Yeah, people look at that. If I see a Steelers fan in Florida, I'm like, well, this guy's probably...
Oh, that's just a kid with white privilege. Oh, great. Yeah, that's not... I don't...
Guy's background, he probably liked some of Antonio Brown's or something like that. You don't get a good vibe from Steelers fans. Raiders fans, though, you're like, man, this dude's been through some ish, and he's stuck with it, and loyalty, integrity, all that kind of good stuff. 5.8 billion. That's the going rate for it. How is a company that's out of business worth more money than a company that's in business? I'll just make it something different. I'll make it Toys It Be. Instead of Toys R Us, it'll be Toys It Be. Instead of a giraffe, it'll have like a hippo. It'll have Jerry the talking hippo. Why not? What's the difference? Integrity. I don't think it's possible to say that word and not say it in like a George W. voice. Don't make me do stuff.
Don't make me do stuff. I don't want to go.
Mega Millions. Make sure you guys... I don't know. We should probably all just donate $2 to some charity instead and just pretend like we lost. But
well, did you happen to tell the stream about the little thing we were starting?
No, I think we should unveil it in a blockbuster way with fireworks and stuff.
I don't know that we need to do that.
Name recognition. Yeah, I could see that, Randy. I still wouldn't pay that much for a talking giraffe. I think we can get very close to...
No. If you try to bring that company back without Jeffrey, I boycott it.
Well,
I forbid
this is the thing. How was Jeffrey spelled? Well, you can't have
Jeffrey is spelled with a J.
Okay, so we bring him back as the other
with a G.
Yeah, Geoffrey.
We
bring back Geoffrey.
Geoffrey bucks.
Geoffrey, is there anything? See, that's where they get you. Is there's not much other things like a giraffe? Is there any other long neck creature?
Yeah. A blue-footed booby.
Yeah, I don't think that would fly.
Blue-footed booby bucks don't work?
No.
And that is a bird.
No, I think you would have to go big. I think, and someone's probably working on a rug pull as we speak to relaunch Toys R Us with its own brand of crypto. The Jeffrey Bucks token.
Yeah, well, if they weren't, somebody is now.
Mm-hmm.
But I already did that.
Made Jeffrey Buck tokens?
Yep.
Geoffrey.
What's funny is a lot of people don't know that that's what they were called here when the channel started.
Yeah, until Enzo got a little knock at his door by a giant talking giraffe one day, and let's just say it wasn't pretty, and the end outcome, yada yada yada. We no longer have Jeffrey Bucks on this channel.
Do you know how hard a hoof of a giraffe is, buddy?
Yeah.
He doesn't play.
He was flanked by a KB executive on one side and a Child World executive on the other side.
Yep. They were talking big business. They weren't messing around.
Yeah. See, Toys R Us wasn't even the big ones around here. Like KB was bigger in my area. We had one Toys R Us growing up.
KB Toys?
Yeah, KB Toys was the one that was in all the malls. And then our standalone one here that was like Toys R Us was called Child World. That's exactly what happened to Leroy. I didn't want to bring it up, but let's just say if you ever seen a giraffe make an example out of a frog to convince some dude in Florida to stop using Jeffrey Bucks on YouTube, it's a terrifying scene. And unfortunately,
I didn't want to talk about it, dude.
yeah, unfortunately, the representative destroyed all the evidence. So there's no video footage or anything like that, but you can imagine what maybe we'll put together a reenactment one day if we can get our hands on a Jeffrey costume.
Yeah, I don't know that they'd probably ban that in several countries.
That's always been I mean, there's two reasons to wear a Speedo, Billy Ray, and one of them is if you're competing in like a high-end swimming event. You know what I mean? Because pretty much no holds barred when it comes to swimming. You want to shave your chest, you want to shave your back, do whatever you gotta do. You know
I don't have to do any of that.
You can do any. If the stakes are high in a swimming match, yeah. If you're wearing a Speedo, any other reason outside of that? Nope. Nope.
A little weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm all for if you got it, flaunt it, but
what if you're from Saskatchewan?
Hello, ladies.
What if you're from Saskatchewan? It's a native wear.
I mean, if maybe if you're in a tropical climate, each their own.
No, you're in the tropical climate.
Yeah, we had circuit cities. Circuit cities were the ish around here. We had them right after, or we had them in Roses. Yeah, same with Atari games, Lobo.
I'm having
used to have them dirt cheap, but yeah, the KBs were the only toy stores in the malls.
I think I'm
All
having
the
a
malls had them.
midlife crisis or something.
Oh.
Because, like, I think for the first time in ever, I don't have a lighter right now.
You don't have a lighter?
Yeah, I couldn't find a lighter if I wanted to right now.
So that's because you thought when Jeffrey left, he left for good. But they're still keeping tabs on you. They're doing stuff like that, shaking you up a little bit, keeping you off your game, just in case you ever thought about bringing those Jeffrey Bucks back.
Well, I genuinely had 2 lighters yesterday, and I have not a clue where they
That's
are.
your problem. You're living in the past, man. You're hung up on some lighter from yesterday.
Bro,
get over it.
I need a lighter now. Like, that's the problem.
10 minutes before trader lunch.
I think the market's going to get weird after lunch. What says you?
Weird how so?
Like, I think we're getting lulled to sleep right now. I just think we're getting unnecessarily abused.
Kind of a dull day, man, after J Powell. I mean, when you look over here, they're currently reviewing the top dating stock picks under the headline of, haha, clever, love isn't a battlefield. Love isn't a battlefield. That's the headline on CNBC right now.
You know what's not a battlefield either right now? It's the stock market.
Is that what it was?
We should see bodies being dropped.
Stock market's trading right within 0.1% of where it opened and everything.
Yeah, it's pretty ass.
But it is Taco Tuesday, so not all hope is lost.
Nope, and I do want to remind people to keep Soda Man in your prayers. Positive vibes going out that way. You got to get the 2-time. You got to get the 2-time for him, you know.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Enzo's got a soccer goal in the backyard. And it's like a big like an actual size soccer goal.
Nice.
For their size, and it's currently being used as a jungle gym by like 4 or 5 squirrels that are just beating the dog shit out of this other one.
Even better.
I told you, man, the Squirrel Olympics. You said you wanted to do it. I'm still, or the obstacle course.
Yeah. Billy Ray, those numbers come out 7 a.m. tomorrow. The mortgage application numbers. 7
Oh,
a.m.
that makes
morning.
sense. So trade sideways today and then tank tomorrow?
No, I don't think those will have too much impact. I think CPI will be the next big thing.
Is that what did you say it was? Mortgage rate? Mortgage?
MBA mortgage applications.
What's MMO?
MMO is...
I'm sorry, MOM.
Mom? Month over month?
But when that comes out...
For what, CPI? Or for...
No, for this week. It'll come out this week.
We get everything at once on Thursday. We get the CPI, we get all the initial jobless claims,
What time?
we get the continuing jobless claims. Now that's all at 8:30 on Thursday.
Oh yeah, that's when the market will be above 400.
Well, I don't know.
Yo, leave him
what their
alone, G.
projections.
Let him up. You gotta at least let him like get his 5 first. Jesus. They're jumping this guy in or something.
So tomorrow we'll get all the JP Morgans and those kind of companies will put out if CPI comes in this, we can do this, and if it does this, we'll do this, and if it does that, we'll do that. So we'll see all these numbers thrown at us tomorrow.
But none of them are gonna make a difference until Thursday.
No, and I mean they were the last time around they were kind of on. I mean they projected.
I forgot to
came
make
in
the
good,
earnings.
what it would happen.
I forgot to make the earnings thing this week. Is there any earnings like for any substantial companies this week?
Yeah, Friday. I'll put them out there. I'm not sure exactly who, but big banks start Friday morning. Friday morning. There's nothing in the after hours.
Okay. Big bank earnings last time went horribly, correct?
They went horribly, but they didn't.
They did well.
Yeah, they weren't good, but they didn't push They didn't push the bank stocks down. But see, that's the thing with bank stocks is you have to look at what else they affect. You got to look at the companies that deal with these banks and things like that.
So which banks are having earnings, then divide those into which companies they secure, and then those companies look at their patterns to see if they are in a bullish or bearish, divide those into 2 different groups, and then go and separate hey, I think this has a chance to move over this place of resistance, or hey, we're coming at a decent support level to buy something. Or if you're wanting to sell, you obviously go into resistance and into supply. That's how you go and figure that out, though. Not all those companies could be setting up at a perfect point of a question mark. One of those companies will at least be in a position where it could break out extensively, or it looks bearish, or it looks bullish, or one that looks like it's ready to be shorted out of the cheeks. You just go and find the opposite. I actually got a little bit more respect than I had thought. 116 level right here on Tesla. We're looking actually pretty decent. I wanted to say it was like a 1750 area that we got thrown through the first time. We need to completely recap that area.
I don't know, these people are saying if that everybody's banking on the 25 basis point hike in February, but if this inflation report comes in hotter than people expected, we could see another half point.
Well, that's good.
Well, what's good about that is that there's going to be fear going into this. So it's going to break one way or another. It's not going to be a we see CPI and nothing happens. There's going to be a big immediate reaction, because if it's good, then it takes that 50 points right off the table. If it's bad, it puts not only the 25 that I think we're all but assured to get, but then it puts 50 points on the table. Then I think we can see some fear.
Yeah, I think they can suck me.
Elon calling for the MOAS. All rockets primed and ready to go across 4 launch pads.
On what?
Everything, man.
Is he high?
You heard Adam Aaron. It stands for Adam Aaron, Elon, and Ryan Cohen, right?
Oh, shut the hell up.
To the moon, right? Is that what it's, I think?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I heard.
I think that's how it
I also
goes.
heard I wasn't going to dilute the stock.
Well.
Oh well, when you say it like that. No, when you put blatant facts in front of people.
Yeah, but then he used the Jedi mind trick on us, and he said the stock went up when I diluted. The stock went up when I diluted.
Is he high? Get him fucking tested.
It worked. Everyone was like, yeah, it did. Because he wasn't lying. I mean, he did sell into those run-ups. He sold off shares, or sold shares into the market, as he should have.
I don't care if he sold his grandmother's pension into the thing.
Well, that wasn't the reason why it was going up. People didn't say, oh, AMC is doing an offering, now's the time, like that. No, I mean, he did it kind of, he did the Mudruck Capital one where they screwed themselves. They bought at like 27 and sold at like 32, and the same day it ran up to like 40. But all right, guys.
Yeah, what a
What
a terrible move on Tesla, but what a savage thing that he did, selling $35 AMC.
Yeah. That's why I say, if anyone, you can hate on the guy all you want, but the bottom line is the company still exists because of Adam Aaron. Any which way you slice it, whether you're a shareholder, whether you're somebody that just likes to go to the movies, I can understand the frustrations. I can understand the other side of it, but bottom line, and like I said, I just seen, I mean, a company swooped in, Dipson or Dyson. Who's the company that moved in? They didn't hesitate. So that Regal closed in my area, and they're about to reopen it within a week. Which, although it doesn't show anything, although it's take AMC out of this, you still have to like something like that. Like, you don't like to see Regals close. But at the same time, my city isn't a financial gold mine. My city isn't. So what I'm saying is, to see another company swoop in that quickly, then rather see that turn into another abandoned business in my city. It's good news for my city, Niagara Falls, and it's also good news, I think, for at least where some people see movie theaters going. Like I said, it's not an AMC, so there's no relevance that way, but somebody's still thinking that a movie theater is a good investment. So for me, that's a good sign right now. It's your birthday, Caesar?
What
Why
a
are you
douche.
just telling us this now?
Like, what a douche. I literally talked to him last night. What a douche. Bro, you don't tell anybody? Come on, man. I talk to you every day.
Kind of a jerk
Happy
move,
birthday.
Caesar.
Yeah, like really, really not cool on you, bro. Happy birthday, but like you kind of blew it here.
Yeah.
What a dick. No, Caesar, I don't know at what. You're probably 18, 19 now. Congrats, happy birthday. Make sure that you get out of
Oh, you told Odie. Okay. Okay. Well,
Who the hell
Odie
cares?
did not tell us. I
No,
don't know if
Odie
there
didn't
was
tell us.
miscommunication there or how that played out, Caesar, but happy birthday,
No.
brother. Here's a cheers to another trip around the
L'chaim.
yeah. Mm-hmm. To the old country, Caesar. Yep.
That's good.
Oh, 36 years young. That's okay. Enzo will be joining you in the 30s pretty soon.
No.
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Now I've got to wonder. Now I gotta wonder, is it also your birthday, Billy Ray? Are you lying to us too? What are we playing here? What is this? Don't tell your friends when your birthday is day? Here at Outside the Charts? Fine. Uh-oh, Josh is selling his Netflix.
Good. Good for him.
Yeah, he's happy. He's happy.
I would be. I would be.
Shares up 39%. You know what? You could have got a piece of that 39% if you watched our video on what to expect in the last Netflix earnings. You would have been all set, locked and loaded those bags, and you'd be sitting here just like Josh.
Yes, sir.
30 years since you've been 30. Yeah, it's been 12 for me, Randy.
You guys are old as shit.
I feel like I know I know Ron Dees is on April Fool's Day. What's yours? 420, Billy Ray? Gotta be 420. 420 or 7-Eleven. I feel like yours is closer to mine. Is it 7-Eleven? Oh, there you go. GTA taking that TGL, trying to breed it with CEI and come out with a real winner, huh? Randy's is 420. Yours is April Fool's Day too, Billy Ray? Nice. Nice. I never understood that saying because most poop is usually recycled or put back into the earth, so it never really has a chance to get that old. Were you really, Randy? Now you're just pulling my leg. Your birthday is 4/20/69.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, that would make you. I don't think that makes you old enough. I think it's got to be 4/20/59.
What are you trying to say? Excuse me.
Well, he just said that he hasn't been 30 for 30. Oh, it's been nearly 30.
Wow. Tell him, man. sense. He's a liar.
Oh, he just likes 69. Okay. Okay. All right,
Well,
so we got 2 April Fool's Days. We got a 420, which for those of us that aren't cool kids, 420 is code for smoking pot. Give me blazing with your friends, man.
all the cool kids are doing it. I don't want to go to
They're
school.
doing it, man. The stock market might as well just called in sick today. The Dow Jones up 0.01%. The S&P down 0.02%, and the Nasdaq up 0.0. Oh, it's moving now, up 0.04%. So all this trading, 2.5 hours of trading for a minuscule amount of anything. April, baby. Sabrina, what's yours? The 8th, right? So we got April Fools, then we got Sabrina, and then we got Randy. Okay. Mental notes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime. I encourage you to go do the same. Get yourself a snack, hydrate, do all that good stuff. Yes, Caesar, I'm sorry. Nobody really cares about January birthdays, Caesar. I'm sorry. We're always looking to the future. But again, cheers to you, my friend. How dare you, Grumpy? How dare you? That's a big one for Enzo too, Brina. It's a big one. I expect there'll be some laughs. There'll be some tears. Turning 30 isn't easy.
Who the hell would cry over a birthday?
I did, but it wasn't over a birthday. It's because I had to put my dog to sleep the night before, the day
Jesus
before.
Christ. Okay, that got dark. Okay.
I did, the day before my 30th birthday. So I spent my 30th birthday. I spent the night sleeping. I passed out in my backyard with a bottle of Jack Daniels and a dog grave. Well, not in a dog grave. I had the dog already buried, and I just fell asleep on a lawn chair out there. Anywho.
Yeah, I mean, where do you go with that? Where do you go with that? Like, where do you expect me to go with that?
I don't know. That's just what happened.
Okay. Well, I swear to God, if I have to go and bury this dog, oh my God, I'd rather bury myself. Katie would be an absolute.
I hope that doesn't happen.
No, she would be an absolute wreck.
I probably would have been a little salty to be turning 30 anyways, but I wouldn't.
I mean, I don't really. I haven't celebrated a birthday. The first birthday I celebrated was last year, and it was because somebody told me it was my birthday from the channel.
Never celebrated a birthday as a kid?
Oh, I mean, yeah, probably 8, 9 was my last birthday I ever had a party for or anything like that.
I failed my written permit test on my 16th birthday. That was embarrassing.
I don't.
That's the thing. Once the realization of that hits is when the emotions will start flowing. Once Enzo gets the awareness that male models don't make it. They don't make it to 30. They really don't. And anything past 30, you got to come up with something like Blue Steel to remain relevant after that.
I mean, what does it matter to me if male models don't make it to 30? What the hell do I? What could I give a shit about that for?
I think he's likening you to a male model. That's all.
Oh shit, yeah. Owen Wilson's my inspiration. I'd like to thank God for this opportunity.
Owen Wilson? You gotta get punched in the nose a couple times if you want to look like him.
Bro. Have you ever seen me straight on? I've had broken noses.
You got an Owen Wilson nose?
I mean, I don't. It's been repaired every time and set straight. But yeah, it's not good. I don't have a big nose or a big dent in it or anything like that. But yeah, I've had my nose broken probably upwards of 7, 8 times. The first one being in, I was 6. I was in kindergarten. Me and this girl were playing, ran her over in the playground, didn't see her, smacked my nose right against her head, knocked her out. Broke my nose, and yeah, it was terrible. I just can't wait until Enzo goes. I get that phone call where something's going down with Enzo. But yeah, I will. I'll be around if anybody needs me. Just let me know.
I got a birthday card from Marlboro one time, Sabrina. That was kind of cool. That's awesome, Caesar, taking your daughter to the Alamo Dome Friday to watch the Spurs break the all-time attendance record.
Who wants to ever go to a Spurs game?
Nice little weekend. Nice. Enjoy practice and enjoy the beach there, Tennis. Like some beach, man. Surf's up. Cosmos. That's a little blast from the past. Or 80, moving up 10%.
What is?
Cosmos, 11% now.
What is Cosmos? Is that the crypto, or is that the not Cosmos, the crypto, right? You're not talking about
No, Cosmos Health. It's the one. A few people got played on it. I think Junk Savvy was one of them. Where
I remember her talking
they did
about
a
it.
reverse split, and shares weren't in people's accounts, and it ran up to like $22, and they didn't have access to their shares.
Dude?
What happened?
Junk Savvy is always into the she's always right on top of that stock that always is screwing somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's always like really knowledgeable about those. And it's like, it's always screwing somebody, and it's usually not saying like she's doing it, like saying that like
I get you.
She's watching it happen and usually owns some of the stock, because a lot of the time it works out for
I'll
her.
tell you what, our very own Junk Savvy, who I know you guys all know and love, she is she's working hard with a lot of people that are into this MMTLP thing above my head, and not just.
Did I see a Twitter space?
Yeah, and it's not just discussing it. I know she's working with people that are trying to expose it. So couldn't be prouder of her. You know what I mean? It's I know this is all new for her, and I know she's meeting new people and making connections, and could not be happier for her. But I am very interested to see, because I see the numbers of people interested, not just interested. Like I said, this isn't a conversation. I mean, there's a lot of proof out there with this. There's a lot, and not that there isn't with AMC and GameStop and other things like that, but I think there's more concrete, there's more evidence against specific people, and how it turns out is going to be one thing, but I think they're making a lot of noise, and it's going to be something that the SEC isn't going to be able to ignore forever. And with the way Twitter Spaces are now, I know it's made it a lot easier for people to kind of come together and voice opinions, and it's awesome to see that against a cause that we can all get behind. I mean, I'm not holding any MMTLP, but I support anyone that does, the same way that I would with AMC, with GameStop. Those people were wronged. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'll throw allegedly in there just to cover us, but the writing's on the wall, and it's a lot of people disregard it because they think, oh, okay, Metamaterials, Torchlight, it's a small stock. How much damage could they do with one thing? Well, it's just like everything else. It's what's being exposed in a much bigger picture of, sure, that's one stock. If that's happening with one stock, is it the only one? Do people get caught stealing the first time? No. So yeah, I would listen to it shouldn't have just disappeared. Bree, I don't know. I know So I know people that were holding it in Webull. Webull tried to charge a couple $100 reorganization fee or something around 350.
Well, I'm asking it to tree fig.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. But I would see what Junk Savvy has to say, because I know they're making progress on it. Like I said, it's not just people coming together to bitch about it. It's people that are writing letters to congressmen, senator. You know, they're making moves over there, and it's a cool thing to know that she's a part of it. Obviously, you know, we love having her here, but love that she's off exploring some new stuff, and I know she's always got our support.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you do.
Still have metamaterials. Yeah, so metamaterials is going to see some sympathy off that, but I don't think that there's really any correlation to them anymore. But again, it's a story that even if you're not involved, we put that video in the Discord. Junk Savvy had dropped a video in the Discord well over a month ago. I highly recommend it, just as far as showing the process and showing you know, what's capable of happening out there. Like I said, even if it's something that the fact that the two market makers were able to essentially create a stock out of thin air that they had no right to is just
collusion.
It's beyond me. Yeah, and it's nice to see something that everybody can rally behind. It's nice to see something that's not a partisan thing, not a you know, it's a good feeling. It's like the old AMC GameStop. You know, I think apes still exist, but over time we see what happened throughout that community, where I think it's fair to say that it's fallen off from where it once was. Numbers wise, there may be less shareholders now who may have bigger stakes. I'm not saying that the investment in AMC and things like that are at an all-time low or anything like that, but you've seen a lot of people turn their backs on the community, and a lot of people
I did.
Well, it depends on what you mean by it. Like, for people that shilled AMC and shilled GME to the point where it could be no wrong, and it was just hold, tell everybody hold, you know, to hold your shares, keep buying more, hold.
Yeah.
Those people I put in one category. People like myself, who I've held AMC and GameStop this whole time, but I don't think I ever misled anybody. I don't think I ever put anybody in financial problems by pushing a narrative of, oh, just keep holding, and it's good. As long as you hold, you're going to go to the moon. You know, never once told that to one person. So I would like to think that everybody that we associate with now that's still holding knew exactly what they were getting into, was never misled, and, you know.
Absolutely not. No, I let everybody know when I sold. We've been transparent about pretty much everything.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go have some lunch, and we will talk to you in a little bit. Here, I'm gonna put yours down here so they can see the S&P and everything. Make sure to hit that like button. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. DePrima in the house bought two $18 calls this morning on GME, up over that $17 mark, $17.05 on GME. Nick, did you make any play on the Bed Bath & Beyond? That was my question as I watched it run the last 2 days. I discouraged it, although we knew that some kind of run was going to come, Nick. I think we were confident in that, but good to see you. Hope all is well. Tiny Boxes. What's up, Tiny? What's good? What's good? Market gaining some green since the last time we talked. Over trader lunch, the Dow up 0.18%, S&P up over 0.25%, NASDAQ up about 0.5%. Yeah, let's pump this GME. Let's get going. Let's get going. Where's my phone? Can't pump anything with them. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, hold on. Let me get GME up there so we can pamp it here. Yeah, we should have known, Nick, that bad news at earnings would probably be the catalyst, but I thought it was risky. Love the GameStop, though. That's got to be looking nice. $18 February calls. Beautiful. What's this news that we got? Oh, Carl Icahn short likely. Okay, so we had a FUD article about Carl Icahn out 6 hours ago. So that's always a good sign. Oh, no. Hopefully, well, obviously you're here, but hopefully it was a controlled breakdown. That's scary. That's scary if it's anything, you know what I mean, that was sudden. But glad you got the car back, and hopefully that could be behind you now. Just glad you're safe. Hopefully all involved we're safe. But yeah, that can be tough. I've been there. Trust me, Nick. I have been there more than once. I'll be there again too. So AMC holding above that $4 mark, 402. We got APE down 2%. Across that S&P top 10, Apple down 0.15%, Microsoft up just under 0.5%, Amazon up 2.35%. Man, and Enzo nailed that Amazon play yesterday. Put it out there in the pre-market, and that puppy did exactly what he said it was gonna. Tesla down 2.33%, under that, well, right at that 117 mark, actually. Google slightly green, Nvidia up about 1%, Berkshire down 0.1%, Meta up 2.75%, and United Health rounding out that top 10, down 1.25%. Oof. That could go bad quick. That could go bad quick. I'm sure your experience and quick reflexes probably saved the day there. So very glad everybody's safe, and you know how it is. And I was driving, well, the other night, it was last week, but I've drove, Western New York, we get all kinds of weather, and I like to consider myself a seasoned driver. But the way that it was raining in January, like last Wednesday or Thursday, it was kind of scary, I ain't gonna lie, because we were right around that temperature where it could start freezing, and it was that kind of rain that, like, even with your windshield wipers on full blast, you could barely see. Well, it's got to show me something first. It's got to show me something first, Tiny. 17.23. I mean, give me 17.25 and I'll start cheerleading. You don't just you gotta show a little bit of the goods before you get my enthusiasm. I get it going once, but it's got to work with me. Meet me
Attention,
halfway.
Walmart shoppers. Can I get a hiya?
What's up, buddy?
Chicken's ass when he eats, bud. That's all.
Okay.
Torqued up like a 4x4, ready to go mudding. How are you?
I'm thinking about pamping Jimmy, but Jimmy got to show me something.
I don't know. I want to see Jimmy, but like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one's just a little suspect.
Hey.
Oh, today is a beaut. Not pumping Jimmy. I don't know that I'm pumping and Jimmy in the same. I don't know that I want to. I don't know.
Get your mind out of the gutter. Back to the stock market. We got 47 minutes left. Keep it on track here. Keep it on track. Jimmy at 17-12, trying to get a little green, trying to get that cheerleading, get me on its side.
Okay. Is it giving you any good feel right now, or what's the move for?
Jimmy's office hot right now. I got to see if Jimmy is start making it rain.
And then you just go right back to it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're getting me turned. Now I'm starting to get excited. Jimmy might be getting me excited now. I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's trying to hold that area 17-14. Going over its 200 for the first time, and good God, how long?
It's right on time. My man Nick DePrima picked up some $18 calls this morning.
I mean, Nick DePrima is one of the most good-looking savages I've met in a long time.
I'm one of the best looking, one of the baddest mother effers of all time.
My style is impregnable. No, I think that I think Nick's completely right. I think we're getting a great bounce here. I think that Nick's usually good with bounces. I believe he called the $24 $24 drop or something, I think is what he had. He was talking about it through a $24 or $25 area. Maybe he had called out a price target, and then something happened to that to GME. I think it might have been even $26.50, something real key. And he was like, "We're not holding that." No.
Well, Nick's a realist, which is what I love about him, because I know how invested he is in GameStop, but he doesn't blow smoke at the action.
Right. That's exactly what we try to do as best we can. We're not going to fangirl a stock, but if that thing's moving, we'll touch.
Not to mention, I believe Nick is DRS'd to the tits. Is that what
he's DTF, he's DRF, he's in there. Yeah, he knows what it's about. So, we're looking for that area of that 725, like you said, that 17.25.
Yeah, if it closes at 17.20, I'll reevaluate Jimmy overnight and see if I can't break them pom-poms out tomorrow, but we still got 45 minutes.
Well, the issue that I have with GME is the same one that you've been talking about lately is have you been to one of their stores? The only thing that anybody used to go to GME for in my day, like from my era, was going to play Madden 4 or Madden 10 or whatever it was on the in-store game consoles. I think that was about the only thing anybody ever went to.
Yeah, it's tough because, like I said, I see them and I see nobody at them every day, and I want to tell myself that these are busy and that one car out there isn't just the employee that's sitting in there playing on his phone.
Well, here's my thought is, what if they happen to go and cut all retail space? What does that do for their business?
I think
or cut it by 60%.
I think it depends. I think some brick and mortar will always be successful. There's always going to be places where there's foot traffic, where there's people that
fair, but 80% of those are having hard times. No, you'd think.
Yeah,
you gotta
most
think.
likely.
Okay.
I mean, I've given the reason why I don't buy physical games. It's not because I don't like GameStop. It's not because I don't like physical
For
games.
Nikki.
But yeah, why would I buy a physical game that I
When
can
I-
only play
right.
by myself at one time, or I can buy the digital copy of it, and me and Nikki both own it.
Right, 100%. And as you were saying that the other day, I had this thought. I've been talking about this idea for, I don't know, months. But this idea I've had is the kind of the mail-in thought of like, do you remember the business Game Pass? Or excuse me, GameFly?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so imagine GameStop does GameFly, and instead of doing a brick and mortar, which guaranteed they're paying more than they would.
Oh,
right.
I think they could do both. I think they could have it in the brick and mortar, almost in a Blockbuster style or Redbox style, and do it online.
Fair play. I completely agree with you, but do it where you're dumbing down or bringing back the commercial resident, or excuse me, the commercial properties. Dial those back by like 80%, 70%, something like that, because then the money that you have from that you can allocate towards pushing it into like, hey, let's go lobby Amazon to go use their shipping guy.
Yeah, and you know what would be cool? So we've talked about this before. If they were
What's up, Bird?
able to, Birdie Hunter, what's up, buddy? Birdie Hunter
All right.
got a lot of stuff accomplished today. Looking forward to hearing about it.
Yes, sir.
What if they were able to first be able to get old IP? Every game that I've got in that machine right there that runs on a Raspberry Pi or whatever. I probably shouldn't be saying that, but you take all these old games, all this old IP that's just sitting there that only makes money off of very small residuals. You put together a system, right? I don't know who you'd have to partner with, but you put together a system that plays everything, say from PlayStation 1 back, stuff like that. You'd have to get all the companies on board. You'd have to get
Atari, Pong, all those.
Yeah. So now you can sell those as NFTs, digital games as NFTs. Then what you could also do is you can market the NFT with a physical copy. So I want that Pokemon, Game Boy, whatever special edition crap that was for some reason worth money. An old game like that. I want a physical copy of it, but I also want it to be playable. I don't want to have to go out and buy a new system and stuff. So I get two for one. I get the collector's edition, plus I get a digital copy, because I've said that before. Pac-Man. I've bought Pac-Man probably 75 times in my life. Mortal Kombat 2. I've bought on 20 different systems. So if you were able to get something and package it, so now
We're going 1725. Go.
It's getting close, Tiny. I see 1723 and hit 1724.
Oh, Birdie's loaded to the tits.
Oh yeah, Birdie's loaded. Birdie
I
loaded up last week too, so
I was so happy for us right there. I feel
1726, Tiny. They did it.
Let's go.
What am I supposed to do? They gotta hold it. They gotta hold it, Tiny.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
No, I think that I was almost excited for you right there until you killed it at the end to be excited for anything NFT related. First off, second of all, crypto related. But I think it's a brilliant idea because I think that that's exactly what I've kind of said. If you have that. It's just like, who would you go and partner with? Because I have said that would be a great idea. After I heard that, I've stuck with you. You've told me that before. We've talked about
one
this.
of two ways. You could partner with individual gaming companies, but then you would probably have to make a bunch of different systems on what it could play on. I think that's the hurdle. 1728. We're gonna hold there, Tiny. I start
1738. Yo, where's Fetty Wap?
My headphones will fly right out, and this microphone will go flying if I dance too hard.
Where's Fetty Wap? Let's get a 1738. You got to do the yeah, baby.
Well, you'd have to have something to play this stuff on. To play their 1730. Let's go. I'm doing the old school. I'm just nodding my head until we really get into it, Tiny. We hit 1750. That's when the shirt comes off.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I question the
efficacy of me taking my shirt off on YouTube.
No, I think it's perfectly. I think it's perfectly fine, and I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow that, Senator. I'm gonna yield my time to Mr. Kumstein here. So, no, I genuinely think that's a great idea. Now,
1732.
1732. We're getting closer. My question is, if you're sitting there as a thinking of crypto, right? And I'm thinking of crypto just because of the blockchain aspect of it. Oh, no way. 1776 tune? I don't know about the Declaration of Independence there, Playboy. Let's go Fetty Wap first.
Baby, let's go.
Let's go Fetty Wap first. We got to get that 1738. Actually, I want to look at this. Let's go. Yeah, 1738 is actually the number. I was just joking, but yeah, it's actually a number. Aftermarket of the 4th. If you get above that, we're going to be trying 1773. Yeah, I'll give you the 1776 on that one. That one makes sense.
Let's go. Declaration of Independence.
Now,
we're bringing this right into the friggin' War of 1812, baby. Let's go.
Here's my thought: is if you're going and you're
history on this ride. If we do what now? Let's go. 1740. Here we are. There we are. Baby steps. Baby steps.
We want, like going along with that metaphorical or theoretical thought. If you have the, if you buy that game, because you alluded to the Game Pass, right? If you're sitting there with Game Pass, and let's say you bought it once, because you even said, I bought Mrs. Pac-Man probably 11 times. And Mr. Pac-Man or the regular Pac-Man, I've bought it 54 times. I think I would go to somebody like Ledger and figure out how I could go and download a massive amount of technical data or any type of digital data and be able to store that game on that ledger, have that ledger not only be a physical copy that you can USB directly into any game console and make it work universal, because remember, it would be just like hooking it up into your TV the same way you would have used to do it with the red, yellow, and whites.
Yeah.
With the little joystick thing, kind of just like that, but to have an account that verifies every purchase of every game, get rid of Steam, get rid of BattleNet, get rid of all the stupid shit, because right now Steam has a lawsuit against it right now. Who got you?
Nick says, I think they should expand the deal with FTX.
What are you looking for? Like, what do you want them to expand on? Debt? But I genuinely think if you have the ability to go grab that, let's say you have because I think that if you realize
fourth time today this guy's on CNBC and I was gone for 2.5 hours preaching his top 100 just bullshit list.
Let me give him my top 100. I bet it'd be nowhere close.
I want to understand how banks and tech companies more specifically who led in layoffs, how does that make you a just company? You laid off more people in the last 6 months than any other sector, but you're a just company. Anyways, go on. I'm sick of seeing this guy's face. I don't know why. It's making me think they're really going to push this hard, that they keep showing this shill over and over again all throughout the day. This is spanned from 2 hours in the pre-market. This started at like 6 a.m. and here we are still bringing them in.
Here's the deal. They have the ability to go back in time and say, hey, as long as we leave it open-ended, They're not doing what we do. They're not doing what I do even, where it's just like, hey, MIA, Enzo, do you have a price target on this to the end of the day? Yeah, go ahead and ask Kramer one time what his go ahead. Hey Kramer, what do you think about Lucid's price at the end of the day?
It's overvalued. Tesla. Next
Oh, hey.
caller. I don't know what to tell you.
Here's my $100 super chat. I appreciate those kind words. Thank you. My grandmother's doing fine and the roof breaks to the right. However, I don't understand how they're able to go and let's say that you're on CNN Business, you're on CNBC, wherever the hell they Bloomberg. How do they not go and like if you're giving a price prediction, why doesn't everybody have like a running log of their stats?
Very small percentage do. There are shows throughout the day that everything I don't even know what time they're on, so I don't know the specific ones, but there's one on Fox and there's one on CNBC where you can see all the positions, which I like because some of these people are getting smoked and they can't hide it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're down. Our meta position's down 40%, but we like the growth, and you know we've been okay.
Oh, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back to us here.
So some of them where they have to disclose, but the problem is a lot of them use two different things. A lot of them, like Kramer trades with that trust that people could buy into. It's almost like the free stock that you get in.
He doesn't have any trust.
No, he doesn't have one, but he's got a trust that can.
No.
You know.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, I'm saying I don't think people trust.
No.
Where is it? 1440. Can I get a whole yeah?
No, but the people that do have to disclose their
Kramer
positions,
did not say
they
500.
don't show them on the screen. You have to go physically look. You know, you have to go to the website and then look at their positions. It's not like they say they'll give an analysis of something. They won't say, well, they won't have up on the screen like, well, this idiot bought this back at 240. You know what I mean? They'll just kind of, you know.
I outperformed the SPY last year, so that's not that big of a deal. I think that she's way corrupt, though. But the funniest thing...
she's a smokescreen. I think she gets used to... Look at what Nancy Pelosi's doing over there. Meanwhile, the pirate guy's up 45% or some shit.
Yes, sir. I completely agree. Not to mention, the funniest comment I've seen all day posted, Coinbase to 500, right? Right, Kramer?
Yeah, we like it at 450.
Well, Jim, what are you feeling about those? Well, Jim, you can't just yell over me. You gotta. Hey, what about the 500, Jim?
You said 500. Come on.
Would you not buy? Excuse me. Could there not be a better deal down here at 30?
1753. Let's go.
Get turned up, Terry, real quick.
Just get one shirt off. See, I didn't stipulate.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. I'm here for that.
18, tiny. Then you get the other one off. Now I'm feeling a little loose.
Uh-oh. Save Ferris. I'm down to save whoever needs to. Uh-oh.
Ain't no other shirts underneath here. That's hair on the chest, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, those were bought and paid for with our tax dollars, I guarantee. I guarantee, Caesar. No doubt about it. 1757. Come on, we're coming up on that Declaration of Independence. We'll be writing the Star-Spangled Friggin' Banner before the day's over. And tomorrow, we're going to bring it right into the 20th century. Let's friggin' go.
You're going to be naked by the day if this keeps doing this.
I'll go friggin' do the backstroke in the shallow end of a kiddie pool, dude.
Woo! Man, that's the up, down, left, right, A-B select right there. Whatever it is.
ABB, son.
Look at Tesla trying to give it a little something right here. Watch Tesla go be 120 by the end of the day, huh?
Oh, breaking news. The World Bank slashes global growth outlook. How do you slash it? Did we just go from bad to worse?
Really? Really exactly at 3:30 they came up with that? It wasn't just a breaking news like 3:15 or 3:16 kind of thing?
No.
Watch GME get shit on now because of it. All of a sudden, GME's getting fucking loose. Excuse my
World
French.
Bank doesn't even seem like a real
Get
term.
out of here, bro.
It seems like a made-up term. This just in. The World Banking Federation.
Yeah, they got my FTC coins. You gonna let me cash them?
Oh, we're gonna be in the future by tomorrow. I like it, Nick. I like it. I like it. Hey,
I'm ready to go, Morty.
The mid 1700s were a tough time, and it's gonna take a few times to get through it, but we're gonna get there. 1747, just a little dip back to 1750 right now, and then we move up.
You gotta believe it, Morty.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta believe. Ooh-wee.
What's the high? What did we hit? 1760s the high? We can get through that.
You don't want to.
Yeah, so we got the NASDAQ up 0.2%, Dow Jones up 0.3%, S&P up 0.42%. So J Powell, no impact today. If anything, a bit of a positive impact, I think.
Had a heartbeat on it. It had a heartbeat, but it kind of just died as soon as it was almost like no, that's probably not, that's not kosher. Never mind. It just seemed like it went and all of a sudden kind of fizzled out after they kind of heard the forum kind of.
Oh yeah, what happened was they had J Powell's they had his speech already in hand, so they started chilling it around right about here. This is when they put it out.
Right about here. We're not even saying times anymore. We're judging time on the stock market.
So then right about here was when it really started happening. People were digesting, oh, J Powell, he's not gonna do this, not gonna do that, and then a little bit more here. And then we fizzled out. There wasn't anything that people didn't know. Like I said, I think it was a good thing. I think he's saying, for whatever reason, I think it's just because it plays into it being easier to do. That he's saying we're going to be independent of politics, this and that. He let the chick with the Tom Brady haircut say it mostly. You know what I mean? She kept talking about independence and this and that, which I think is great. I think that's the way it should be, but I think it's just inevitable to happen. It's going to happen naturally.
It's just funny how it's right now. They decide to, we need to have no oversight.
But that's what I'm saying. I think it's only because they know that that's going to happen, because now what side do you bow to the political pressure?
You
because
don't.
You have, you know what I mean? Because you don't have a side in clear power. So you say, okay, we're going to go independent, and then
we're going to play the kid in a divorce.
Yeah. Birdie Hunter, bad as in good. I don't know. When you put that in quotations, you got me thinking like, that Birdie Hunter, he's bad. But if
is he fat with a PH?
He might be pretty hot and tempting.
I mean, if he's working with the 65 grid, I could definitely see it.
Could be.
He told me his lady had to. His lady was like, "No, you got to chill on that because he likes the 65 too much. Got to slow him down with a 1000 or something, a little smooth."
Oh, Birdie's in the end game of a tender offer for a production plant at the German borders. Two parties left, Randstad and them. I anticipated and took options on all the houses around the plant.
I got a tender offer for Birdie as well, but we digress.
I want to know who wins.
Typically me.
I'm gonna go with not Randstad. I'm going with the other side. I'm long on. I'd be short in Randstad.
You're a Randstad op right now?
I'm shorting them.
Yeah, you're a Randstad op.
Not financial advice.
That's an opposition for. That's street for opposition.
No, that's straight for operative.
That worked too. That works too. That worked too. That worked too.
Well,
That worked
linguistic.
too. Hello, lady.
We need this lady GME to get back up there. Come on, 1756. We are 4 cents off that daily high.
All
Let's
right.
at least get the let's at least get to the Declaration of Independence before the day's end. We got 22 minutes.
Yo, you give me Tesla 120 by the end of the day. I might go full Ronaldo after a goal, sliding through the office and everything.
Tesla trying to pump a little bit here, above 118.
Don't
We're on
you
the
say it.
GME. There's that breakthrough. 1764. We got independence no less than 12 years or cents, as the case may be.
Yeah, no, I want everybody to see as I slide through majestically. No cap. Caesar.
No cap. For real.
Faux shizzle.
I don't even know what that means. After you say no cap, aren't you supposed to put FR and then some other letters?
For real, yeah, on faux and them.
No. For real, I'd be no capping.
I'd be no cap. Oh,
Straight up,
man.
please.
Oh, 1762. Yeah, daddy.
Straight up, Steve.
Mm-mm.
For real. That's what I'm talking about. 1763. Come on, baby.
Shout out to Wiz
go.
Khalifa and Lil Skies for the for real.
Mm-hmm. Big shout out to Lil Stonk.
No, hell no.
Lil Stonk doing his thing with young short position.
Little short position.
Yeah. What's up with Lil Out the Money Calls? How's he
Lil Out
doing?
the Money Calls?
Lil
Yeah,
Out the Money
he
Calls?
he's sounding flavor right now. He's killing the game right here with the Spy 389s. You know, we were watching him come up just absolutely just beautifully in the music scene lately. He's been popping with the I don't know where the hell I'm going joint from like this guy. Oh, I just got
Ain't bussin'.
I just got a 1808 flicker on GME.
I'm showing a 1769 high. There's that 1770. Come on. 1776. Let's go.
Tesla's trying to go back up to its 200 EMA, and GME's trying to get like pretty sensual right now. We need that 1795.
Tiny, you know which one I like? I like that that older man that has the chart of effing around and finding out.
Mm-hmm.
When he talks about it, and he's like, "Oh, is that as you can see here? And if you never F around, you have no chance of finding out." That guy is money.
Yes, he is.
1775.
You know who else is money?
Coming alive. Come on. Yes, they will, Mr. Hunter. Yes, they will.
AMC, by the way, I think GME is going to probably pop here through the 1795 break or 1794 break, just because of the fact that right here we're sitting at a spot where AMC could go north and break through that 405 area that it's been trying to break for the last couple of days. The SPY has the ability to run north through after hours here. Tesla has the ability to move up as well. I wouldn't be shocked to see the market up, either up substantially in the morning, like maybe a 391 area, or this thing comes 386 and comes to the downside, and then we fall through that tomorrow. Excuse me, not tomorrow, Thursday. So I'm playing this in like two ways, but I think that what would more than likely make sense to me anyway would be to see this thing just kind of leak towards 389 in the after hours and then fall through that and catch itself 388.73 tomorrow morning. Not 100%. But that's where I would be going. Those 122s are finally coming back. I got at the bottom, what the hell did we buy? 126s for the 20th.
On Tesla?
Yeah.
All right, we got about 16 minutes.
Excuse me. I bought 126s actually. I would suggest 124s if, I mean, like that's just what I'm doing, but I would suggest in my thought, if I were to rebuy these, which I'm going to be completely fine at the 126 area, but the 124 area on Tesla, is a lot safer to me in a lot of different ways. But more importantly, I think we might get maybe a 128 rip or a 126 rip, something like that. If we do, these will be extremely profitable, but I'm concerned that we don't get through that 125. So I don't want to go and even chance it to be right at the level of 125. I'd rather be a little bit further in the money so that if we ever do go to 125 prior to my expiration date, I should be safe regardless.
1786 new
No
high
shot.
on GameStop. 1788, 1790.
Uh-oh. Was that expensive piece?
Yeah, it's gonna be when it gets through 18. It'll turn Nikki DePrima's.
Gonna turn up Terry is what it's going to.
Turn those calls into expensive piece.
Oh yeah, they already have. If he's in calls back when we started talking about this, yeah, he's way good right now.
Bernie's saying it's getting more important to watch the Frankfurt and Amsterdam exchanges in our pre-market. It's the ultimate bear market rally, getting close to the peak. Start focusing on SQs and SDAOs. Good to know, Bertie. 1798. You know, it's not looking too bearish, this GME.
GME, yeah, Jimmy is definitely shaking it right now.
$18. I would say GME is looking.
Uh-oh, we broke. 1798. $18. Can I get an $18?
Come on. We've got that War of 1812 right in our sights. I think that's
There's
when that
no
lady
way.
wrote the Star Spangled Banner, and we'll be off and
No
running from
shot. This thing's gonna run through 18.
There's
Tesla,
that 18,
where you at?
There's that 18.
Let's go. 1803. Uh-oh. Can I get a settle at 1801? I'll take the 1801. Not a dollar, not a dollar less. Not a cent less.
1805. Come on down.
I'm watching
We're up.
AMC breaking 405, 406 right here on AMC. We're getting a little bit of a sympathy play from Tesla and AMC both. SPY's rallying for us, or excuse me, not SPY.
Do we have one of these crazy times when these two run amok in the after hours, and then tomorrow
See?
morning they halt us to the upside and take away all our gains?
See, I think that's a great idea. If you were about to lose a lot of money, yeah, that's a great plan to keep that from happening. But yes, I think that this has the ability to run.
Oh, here we go, 1808.
Yep. We have the ability to run. If GME really wants to, we could possibly be looking at 1875, 1863 area. I could see that. AMC is trying to push over that 406 like it's going out of style right here.
Well, GME coming back down a little, 1781. Looks more dramatic on this minute chart that I got up than it really is. So don't.
I mean, this is pretty decent movement for GME lately.
I still trust in Ryan Cohen that he's trying to build something different here. I know we haven't seen a lot of proof of it, but I think the Bed Bath & Beyond situation's kind of telling, because we see where they're at, we see everything that's happened with them, and the way that he kind of jumped ship, which I don't think was necessarily a bad thing. Things couldn't change. The fact that he didn't jump ship on GME tells me something.
Right. I agree.
You know what I mean? If he was just
I never really looked at it like that, but yeah, that does make a lot of sense, because he would have gotten out of both of them.
Maybe he took a big bet though. Maybe it's not where it wants to be, but the simple fact that they cleared all their debt, I mean, they're still financially in a better situation than a lot of companies that we see traded every day.
Tesla, get big for me. We're up on the right side of this now. Just don't quit at the 50. Don't quit here. There's only 232,000 shares of Tesla being sold at $118.49. There's only a small party against it.
Win some, you lose some.
No,
right?
no, bro. That's not how that works.
I think it is.
No.
All right, 10 minutes left, guys. 10 minutes. We got the NASDAQ up 0.75%, S&P up 0.5%, the Dow trailing just behind, up 0.44%.
32,000 shares of Tesla.
And tomorrow morning, guys, remember we get some housing mortgage application data at 7 a.m. We may see a little movement in the pre-market off of that. Nothing too monumental. And then Thursday sets up, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, about what to expect Thursday, because you have two things coming up that can counterbalance each other a little bit, or can complement each other in a positive way or a negative way, with jobless claims, with the first week of after Christmas and stuff. We'll see how those jobless claims come in. Initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims. Couple that with CPI. So if we see CPI come in lower than expected, and we see jobless claims come in higher than expected, I think that might give us the most explosive reaction in the market, because that'll be a signal of unemployment's going up, CPI is coming down. I think that propels us. Now we can get a combination of those any which way and maybe have a different effect, with the worst being CPI up and jobless claims down. So if we get that, that's going to be the worst case scenario. Best case scenario, CPI down, jobless claims up. Sounds almost ridiculous when you talk about that, when you have to look at the markets looking for higher jobless claims, but that's where we're at.
If the market stays around the 389.91 area is where I think we're going.
For tomorrow, you're saying?
380, no, like it's where it's got a hold above, in my opinion, right now.
Where do you think, hypothetically, we go into CPI on Thursday? Tomorrow's Wednesday, on Thursday.
On what?
On the SPY. With not anything big tomorrow, the mortgage applications, like I said, I think we might see a little movement in the pre-market off of that news, but I don't think it's anything that's going to carry the day or anything.
Give me a sec.
Or just keep propping them up, Bertie. You got to think that there's two ways to bring the market down right now. You got to think there's got to be a controlled demolition or the Jenga effect. So are we playing Jenga, or are we going to do a controlled demolition? Because there is always the chance, Bertie, that we just keep piling the pieces up and up and up and up and just wait for the whole thing to just naturally fall.
All right, we broke low here. We came back. We had a fell then to the bottom. Came back here. To retest that.
Plus, Bertie, the good thing is we have this list out now of 100 most just companies. So we know when the market crashes, we know that we can rely on those people to do the right thing, because they care about minorities and the environment more than any other companies out there.
Oh, of course they do. Number one.
I stand with Microsoft.
Jesus.
I need a NVIDIA flag to fly.
No, you don't.
What was the number one? Microsoft was 3. NVIDIA. Oh, Bank of America.
Oh, yeah. The check.
Bank of American. Where a checking account is free, but you proudly pay those underlying fees.
I absolutely can't stand Bank of America, but to answer your question,
I'm always ready, Bertie. I was born ready. You see this? I got a mic right here, Bertie. Got a backup mic right here. You need the directions to the beach, Bertie? Show you those too, that way. Unless you want South Beach, then you're going that way. What else we need?
There you go. You can come see me, Bird.
Let's go.
I think that we are
1793. GameStop trying to make this last minute push. 5 minutes, Enzo. Get excited.
I'm excited. I don't know.
If you were half as excited as either the people yelling out yay or nay on the house floor,
absolutely,
we would be jamming right now.
Right. No, I'm super excited. So excited. I think that we're
had
gonna
to be
end
an audio track, right? That couldn't have been the real people doing that.
Yes.
That is disturbing.
What was that? What was that?
What?
Did you just make a buy?
I didn't.
Oh, that's not good. I just had a buy alert go off in my head.
Hills Bills loving this Party City. Up
Marty just had a
43.5 cents now.
yeah, I just got a price alert for them for something.
Yeah, 1812. That might not come till after hours, but that's okay. By 5 o'clock, Betsy Ross will have the Star Spangled Banner writ. We'll be on to Toby Keith's version by then, Nick.
Jesus. I think that we are going to go and more than likely retest those 395 area. Excuse me. I want to say 395.01 to be exact. I would like to do it. I want to make the move over 390.50 and get away from that. Excuse me, 390.65. I want to get away from that, and I want to be up towards 390.85 area to get through the 392.10. I think that we came down, we filled the gap between 386.50 and 387. I think that we should easily go, and still having this trend going north. Yeah, it's a little blown out right this second, but I think that we might get a pushback and an overall dump into Thursday.
Okay, yeah, we're getting a little run at the end of the day here. NASDAQ trying to get on the positive side of that 1% gain.
Tesla's trying to get some. Yeah, look at the SPY. See, now here's my thing. I had that line drawn to you, jerk off.
Party is moving. Hills Bills just broke 45 cents.
Yeah,
I think you said you were looking for 50 on that. Well done. I don't know exactly what you got in, but I'm assuming it was somewhere down in here, 35-ish, 36-ish.
Party City is breaking up, has probably Hills 60, my opinion anyway. I don't know if you're asking for it, but 62, 72, and 89 cents.
Coinbase, another one holding those gains today off that 20% layoff news.
Are they at 500 yet?
They're getting there. They're close.
Oh.
You got to add a zero and then add double its worth on.
And then divide by carry the one, right? No. Market is trying to get big right here, but
20 seconds.
AMC's trying to get over that 406, man. This scares me. Ooh.
And there's the bell. Look at that. What a sign. Let freedom ring. We close right at 1776.
That's ding.
That's either a statement or that's Kenny clowning us saying, ha ha, that's why I bought the Constitution. One of the two.
Oh, it changed. It went to 1776. Did it really?
Yeah, that's what it closed at.
Has it ever done that before?
Probably. Actually, I don't know.
I don't think it has.
Very poetic, Nick. I like it. I like it. Yeah, Davos should be interesting next week, Birdie, and especially the way it's covered in mainstream media. I mean, little Ross Sorkin, man, he's been drooling. He can't wait to get over there, over on CNBC. So they're going to be covering it. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, we have poker night tonight in the Discord. Oh, tomorrow night. Okay, I'm still broken. I'm still broken. Like I swear, I thought today was Wednesday.
No. That's
oh
tomorrow.
Yeah, yesterday was Enzo's practice. Okay. That makes sense. Well, yeah, my apologies. I throw the challenge flag on that one.
There's that little pump for Jimmy.
Yeah, I think we need to go and probably rename Jimmy. Okay. Very weird.
Jimmy doesn't like to be renamed. Jimmy's not fond of renaming.
Let's just name him Jimbo.
Nope.
Yeah,
Jimmy's
let's
sweet on you, Enzo.
I'm sorry?
I said Jimmy is sweet on you.
What about him?
I'm just saying.
Like, why is he sweet on me?
I don't know. Jimmy's got a thing.
I only play poker with him.
Look at Birdie Hunter out. He played poker with Randstad Holding. Birdie's over there sabotaging. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, hey, I'm gonna call it like I see it from a dyslexic point of view, and that might be worth shit, but that says gimme. That's the same as like a 2-putt or a two
It's like
inch
Jeffrey. It's like Jeffrey with a G.
No, it's not.
Jeffrey. It's Jeffrey.
Look, my last name has the same vowel rule in the English language.
It's Jimmy and Amy sitting in a tree.
Gimme and Amy. It could easily be gimme.
We're gonna go with Jimmy.
Okay. Okay, I'm with that. By the way, Tesla is hanging out perfectly above my 1839 bar. So I would be, I'm bullish here, man.
It'd be perplex of you to think anything else would be uncivilized.
What?
The thing.
No, I don't. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Keep up, baby. Keep up. I'm just seeing if there's anything worth talking about here in the after hours. Anything shooting up?
I said it's holding perfectly over this 1839 bar. What am I missing?
No, I said anything less than that would be uncivilized if it doesn't hold above it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in ruin like martial law.
Yeah.
Swag's
up 11.5% in the aftermarket. Get some of that swag. NXT.
Oh, you want the swag? Somebody want to hit the Dougie?
No.
Thanks for. Yes, ma'am. Hills Bills.
Say that one for us, Hotshot.
Mike Wazowski?
Krzyzewski.
Mike Wazowski.
Krzyzewski.
There's no way! There's no way that says Krzyzewski. You're bullshitting. That's Duke's coach, right? Yeah. No.
Is that it right there? Or is that Krzyzewski? I'm pretty sure that's Krzyzewski.
And you guys say that I'm wrong. You guys say that I have dyslexia, but that's no. Katie.
I never said that the English language makes sense. I just know how to memorize dumb stuff. And
I'm gonna pass out.
Mike Krzyzewski is one of those things.
There's no way. Yeah. And I'm okay. So I'm the one with the yep. Mm-hmm. It's all making sense now. I was one of those baby geniuses. I think they just. Go ahead. Not if I can't. What? Go ahead and tell me what in the English language goes and actually says no. Yeah, thank you, Randy. That's probably closer to the correct spelling that it should be than whatever the hell that is. What is that?
I mean, some would say Krajewski, others would say
Krajewski.
Krzyzewski. Tomato, tomato. What are you going to do?
I'm from Norwegian. I'm Krajewski. That's gonna be the name of the guy.
I don't think when it comes to people's names that you can be like, no, that's not how you pronounce that.
I think it is. I think you can. Right. Yes,
so.
you can. What? Okay. So if you have the, let's say for instance, you have the word right as your last name.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can have it spelled a lot of ways, but what you can't go and have it spelled is like Adams. You can't have it. You can't have it be ADAMS and say, "Oh, my name's right."
No, you can't. But obviously, Krzyzewski, it's got some.
That's bro. That is two different, a whole complete words.
Nah.
Mike Krzyzewski. Suck my. No.
The E is silent. It's data. It's data. I would say Data, Caesar. Data is the kid from the Goonies.
What? No. This is gonna be it. No. This is gonna be it. This is what's gonna kill. This is what's gonna be our Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo. I used to like Tim Biaka-Batuka. He was a fun name to say too.
Matuma Afala was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Trickle.
Yeah. Dick Buttkiss, another one.
Mm-hmm. Legend. No, I seriously think that if I'm hearing correctly, I just might have figured out our friendship atom bomb right here. Did you just say that it's Data?
No, Data is the kid from the Goonies. Data is the stuff that we're waiting on. Like CPI data is going to come out on Thursday. Data is the Asian kid. From the Goonies.
I thought you said it backwards. I was about to say, then what do you call metadata? But that kind of defeats the purpose.
You talking about your Party City Hills? Up another 5% in the after hours.
Gang.
Yeah, PRTY, cause I got to.
I am going.
Beautiful. The old Ligma, the old Ligma Johnson shirt. Love it.
Right.
Yeah, Data's also. Isn't he the Zuckerberg character on Star Trek? I believe that's the one.
Yeah, he reminds me more of Spock.
No, the real.
No, just a really
guy?
socially awkward weirdo. That's probably not from where we're from. Or that just is supposed to stand there and go, "I made Facebook."
Hey. It's on the cusp, Hills. 47.7 cents on Party City. 48.5. What was the news that pushed this up today?
What, Party City?
Yeah.
I don't know. Look at me, Benzinga.
Party City holds financing talks for potential bankruptcy loan. But yesterday they let us know. We should have just listened. Near bankrupt Party City braces for a short squeeze. And then it happened.
Hey, quick question.
Sometimes they tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
How is bankruptcy positive?
Well, a bankruptcy loan may be positive. I'm not 100% sure about that, but a bankruptcy loan could
add value. Okay, I see that.
Yeah, and they could avoid bankruptcy, and I don't know the stipulations on that.
It's basically saying, hey, we're not going to chop your like whole arm off, but we're definitely taking a pinky.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you should watch that thing run into some really nice support or resistance and trade it down. Also,
yeah, plans bankruptcy filing within weeks.
I got a couple things to do on the back end. On the back end of stuff. If you'd like to join me, if you're not busy, I'm going to cut out of here to go and look at a couple of things, and I will be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. with you.
All right, buddy.
I will talk to you guys in a bit. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Yeah, WTF, that's right, Mr. Business. Please tell the lady we said hello. We missed her dearly. Haven't seen her today.
Yes, hope she's doing well.
Everything else in the market, I think, kind of doing the same thing. I'm looking for AMC to break over that 406, SPY to break through the 390, 80 area, and Tesla to go through the that 120 or like let's say 119.10 area, and the Q's holding right at 50. So,
all right,
I will talk to you guys in a bit. I appreciate you.
All right, homie. Oh, Birdie, so you're going to Dortmund, Germany instead of Madrid. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it made a little bit of sense, Nick, with the botched city loan, but then as we unpacked it a little bit more, it didn't look like they had a chance to really profit off of that. Even though it was Citibank's mistake, it still ended up kind of going in their favor. So for a swing play in the run up, you know, the good thing about that is I wouldn't worry about it getting into compliance or anything if they are planning bankruptcy. But obviously, Hills or anybody else looking at Party City, you don't want to get stuck in any kind of substantial long position with bankruptcy looming. But ride that bankruptcy wave. We've seen it. We've seen it a lot of times. It doesn't make sense, but hey, we can make it make sense. Oh, awesome, awesome. Hopefully she's getting excited, Nunya. And hopefully everything's going smooth for you guys. And we're still sitting good. I don't know how your weather is. Our weather is still pretty good, which is funny because we'll have like 40-degree days, Nunya, but there's still spots around the area that have like 30, 40-foot snow piles just from where they moved all the snow that still hasn't melted. So it's kind of crazy out there. But yes, thank you all for hanging out today. Got it started a little bit early with the J-Pow stuff, so appreciate it. I know we got a few new viewers earlier. That was nice. And we will keep this momentum up tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, like I said, we've got mortgage application data that comes out at 7. May see some market reaction to that. If so, we'll at least throw something up in the Discord, and we will be ready at normal time. Then Thursday, we'll try to come on early, at least have the stream up. I'll be taking Nikki to school right when they drop all of that news that we'll be looking forward to on Thursday. But I'll try to get the stream up before then. And yeah, so what happens to those now, Nick, is the question. Now the government the government owns part of Hood now, or how does like the chain of custody go? Yeah, definitely, Hills. It could squeeze, but at the same time, you have to think that like that's the goal of shorting a company into the ground, is to hope for bankruptcy to where you don't even have to cover those. So yeah, I think you see a little bit of both of that, because if the stock gets delisted, they don't ever have to return those shares. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree. Hey, thank you for being here, Tiny. The pleasure is all ours. Just don't J-Pow your outfit. Yeah, I would think so. I would think so, Nick. And there's 49 cents, Hills, on Party. What I'm wondering too is if it's just a ploy. If they know that those shares don't even exist, trying to break that 50 cent mark. I'm going to stay here until this breaks 50 cents before I get off. Let's go. ProKidney announces publication of trial design for clinical trials. So that's a company that gets right down to business with the name of it. They let you know they're ProKidney and they don't care who knows. I like it. Lobo, you have a great night, my friend. I hope the weather clears up out there. I know you said it was storming earlier. Hopefully that's come and gone. Come on, make a push to this 50 cent. 50 cent one time, that's all. 50 cent. Hills, you can sell in the aftermarket, right? I don't think you can sell in pre-market, right? I think you can sell after hours on your platform. Yeah, we're getting there, Birdie. Birdie, what we're doing with that is we're waiting for you to just get everything done over there. I put the call in and I'm like, you know, if we squeeze now, it's going to be a real inconvenience to Birdie. He's setting up these new companies. He's performing hostile takeovers at the border. So once all of that settles down, smooths over, and you're back in the home office, then we can squeeze. We'll be good. You can't trade in the aftermarket either, Hills? I thought you could trade after and not in the pre-market for some reason. 50 cent, that's right. And OTV Q4 loss at 243.6 million, loss per share $9.54. Going by a lot of logic tomorrow, I guess we could see 30% to the upside on NOTV tomorrow, I would say. Yeah, that kind of stinks, Hills. That kind of stinks. You lose out on a little bit of opportunities. I mean, it can bite you in the ass too, pre-market trading, but it's just nice to have that availability when something does run to not have to wait for that. But I think you're good. I don't think you're seeing any kind of sell-off between now and tomorrow. Back at that 49.62. Can you push up one more little push? Get that 50 cent. 50 cent. Come on. One time. One time. I like it. I like it. I've always wanted to be a wrestling referee, Lobo, or a manager, like a Jimmy Mouth of the South Heart type. I think I'd be good. And I actually got a friend, a local dude here that a huge wrestling guy. It was cool, Lobo. You would have loved it. This was pre-pandemic, but they had started a little wrestling league not far from my house, a backyard type thing. And dude, they were awesome. And then some neighbors complained about the noise. Like, it was literally like it was just really cool. And it came to an end because just a few louder neighbors complained. Hey, it might. You never know with this bankruptcy thing. The thing is, you can catch a bad catalyst at any given time. You know what I mean? Which I think it's past that. You know, it's going to go until it has nothing left, and then the company will either go bankrupt or get some kind of bankruptcy protection. So again, I'm not big on the different kinds of bankruptcies and exactly what it means for the company. Obviously, when you hear bankruptcy, it makes you want to run for the hills outside of these run-ups that we see. But there is like bankruptcy protection. if they're looking for a bankruptcy loan. I don't know the exact proceedings, so we will follow it. 49.6. Can you go up? 49.75. Can you go up 1/4 of a penny, please? 49.9. There we go. 50 cents. We did it. We did it. We did it. All right. Congrats, Hills. I hope it opens at 65 tomorrow. All right, Nick. Glad you're safe, buddy. Glad you're safe. And, you know, I'm sure, not that you ever didn't before, I'm sure you, I'm sure that the family's a little bit more important to you tonight, all that kind of good stuff. So enjoy your evening. And again, glad you're safe and made it out of that okay. And no damage done. 51 cents on Party City. And Party's got the exact kind of meme ability too, Hills, where if this thing gains some traction tonight and then early in the pre-market, you can see, I mean, Party, come on. What's a better meme? You know what I mean? So keep a good eye on this tomorrow. And good luck, Hills. Anybody else that took a gamble on it, you know what you're getting into. Have fun with it, but be safe. That's all. Just be safe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for all the love, all the support today. We appreciate you guys, and we will do this all over again tomorrow morning. And just before we shut down, if you didn't get a chance or you just forgot, please remember to hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, do that as well. Everybody have a fantastic